All right. Good morning, everybody. Today's date is March 13th, 2025. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority being conducted in our New York City office with video conferencing to our offices in Albany and Buffalo. This meeting is also being live streamed on the authority's YouTube channel, where you can also find recordings of our past meetings. Present today are Chair Lily Fan and Commissioner John Maya. Staff in attendance, General Counsel Shannon Kearney-Sarfo, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Maureen Hughes, and myself, Secretary Roper. Next regular meeting dates, I'm sure most of you are aware, yesterday was March 12th, we had a meeting where it was liquor and wine stores. And today, for March 13th, it's all other matters, all other licensing matters and all other basic disciplinary cases. Our next meeting date will be April 2nd, then April 24th, which is a Thursday, and May 14th. While in the meeting rooms, please silence your cell phones and take any phone calls or conversations outside. Items will be called in the order they assigned in, first in Buffalo, then Albany, and then in New York City. We do have a couple of items that need an interpreter, so they will be pulled when the interpreter arrives and be called basically first. As you can see, we do have one here already. When your item is called, please approach the podium and identify yourself. Representatives should also identify their clients who are present. Chair, do you have any announcements?
No, I do not have any announcements.
Okay. So I may have lied because we do have one item that is more agency specific. It is 58L. It's a resolution recognizing John Meyer upon his retirement from the State Liquor Authority.
Okay. All right. So let me go first. We have a longtime staff person, our senior investigator in our little known but very, very productive satellite office in Syracuse. Most of you probably don't even know that we actually have 3 investigators that operate out of the Syracuse State Building. John Mayer has been with the agency for 18 years and got promoted to senior investigator in 2007. He, in fact, has been working for the state since 1989, and so has given almost 4 decades of his life to the state. We are grateful for him. We're grateful for his leadership in Syracuse. They pretty much operate on their own and are, again, the most productive and respected enforcement staff in our agency. And so we congratulate him, and I know it's a long time coming, and so we wish you all the best. And when we come out to State Fair, I hope you will come out and see us, John. And now our commissioner who is John Mayer, who actually is based out of our Syracuse office, technically, will read the agency's resolution, which we will frame and send to John later on.
Okay, it's my privilege by the chair to set this resolution forth, which I'll begin momentarily. And so after those nice words. So resolution of recognition and appreciation, whereas John Mayer is retiring after serving the people of the state of New York beginning in 1989 with the Workers' Compensation Board, moving to the Department of Health in 2001, then joining the State Liquor Authority in 2007. Whereas John's hard work and dedication led to his promotion to senior investigator at the State Liquor Authority in 2017. Whereas John had an uncanny ability to be in the right place at the right time during investigations, and when his colleagues saw John's phone number late at night, they knew it was an issue of utmost importance or out of the ordinary. Whereas John always made himself available to meet the needs of the agency, even if it was outside his normal duties, and when asked, he would respond, quote, "I'm getting paid no matter what you have me do. What do you need?" Whereas John was always responsible with licensees and made sure licensees knew exactly what was wrong when a violation was found at their premises by always saying, quote, "You're here, I'm here, and this is what it is," end quote. Whereas John conducted his work in a manner where he stayed off the radar of the, quote, "higher-ups," end quote, and his name was never heard in a negative way. It is hereby resolved on behalf of ourselves and the entire staff of the authority that we hereby acknowledge the exemplary service of John Mayer to this agency and extend to him our sincere appreciation for his faithful service and extend good wishes for a happy retirement. And it is hereby further resolved that this resolution shall be formally entered upon the minutes of this meeting, and that forthwith a copy of this resolution shall be provided to John Mayer. This resolution was issued by the members of the authority at this meeting today, March 13, before Chair Lily Fan and myself, Commissioner Mayer. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. All right, so we'll move on to our items in Buffalo. Who needs, one of the items does need an interpreter who is on with us via WebEx. That item is number, let me put this way, number 7, Kobe HR Inc.
Yeah, that's
Hello. If then this is, we never actually had the situation. So Miss Liang, if you can put your name on the record and introduce yourself to the individual. He's on WebEx.
My name is Sandy Liang. I'm the Mandarin interpreter.
And if you can if you can please just let him know if he can introduce himself.
你能介绍一下自己吗？
什么？
你能自我介绍一下？
我叫农开黄，Copy HRINC owner。
My name is Nong Kai Huang, the HBING, the owner.
All right. So you just opened this restaurant recently?
那你这个餐厅是最近才开的吧？
对，他这个餐厅开了10几年了，但是我们的公司刚刚成立1年多。
So, yes, the restaurant has been open for more than 10 years, but the company just opened lately for 1 year.
Okay. Were you present at the establishment when this incident happened?
就是在这个意外的事情发生的时候，你在场吗？
我在前面前台。
Yes, I was in the front desk.
Okay. Is it a usual practice for your chefs to be squirting alcohol into the mouths of customers?
据
Is
说
that
是
part
正
of? Yes, sorry, go ahead.
是正常的吗？你的厨师把这个酒弄在一个顾客的身上？
哦，这个是一个铁板的，就是说做秀的一个方法，但是就是说要给 over 21岁以上的，就是他们还有，就是说很有气氛那一种。
So this show like we use this way cooking to show for the customer who at least got 21 years older, who meant he had to be really moral.
I understand that this incident involved a 14-year-old patron.
这个事件就是包括一个14岁的一个人里面。
这个是那个师傅怎么讲？就是师傅比那个师傅比较老一点，所以说他可能是看错还是怎么样？因为当每个师傅来，我们都有跟他们交代，给他们 sake 喝的时候一定要有21岁以上。还有给小孩子喝，给小孩子喝只有
Okay,
没
so
有
there,
alcohol 的。
你再说一
Sorry.
个最后一句，刚才他说法了。
OK， 就是说师傅一来上班，我们就给他们交代，就是说给 sake 的话一定要21岁以上。那还有一种就是说那个没有酒精的饮料给小孩子。
So the chef was old. He seems a bit older. So he maybe he look at that person maybe older. So each chef in our restaurant, I remind them when they provide sake to the customer, who must be over 21 years old. So some alcohol is non-alcohol.
my name is Adam. Wait, sorry, some alcohol is non-alcohol. What does that mean?
就是说，你说一些酒精不是酒精是什么意思啊？
不是，就是说给小孩子喝的是饮料，就是在瓶子里装的啊，不是酒精的。
We provide to the kid is like a beverage.
Okay, so can you just explain to him there are two issues here? The charge is about sale to minor for someone under the age of 15, which is a very, very serious charge.
这里有两个重大的一个起诉了，就是两个，就是一个你把这个酒卖给15岁以下的未成年人呢，这是一个很大的一个过错。
And the second issue, does he understand that?
你明白吗？我刚才说的。
Yeah， 我知道啊。
Okay, and then the second issue is that he cannot give free drinks to patrons.
就是说第二个问题呢，你不能给他们给顾客免费的一个饮料。
So he has two ways to handle this. One is that he today agrees to stop having his chefs squirt sake or any liquid into anybody's mouth.
就是说你现在有两种方法啊。第一呢，你同意不准这个厨师把这个 sake 呀，就是说弄到顾客的嘴里。
Is he willing to stop that practice?
可以吗？
可以，我们就叫他们不要弄了啊。
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
we will ask them not to.
I
do that
understand it's a gimmick and I understand it's fun and all of that, but you can throw the beef or, even that is like choking hazard. I don't even encourage that, but I understand the hibachi style.
我知道这个是很有趣，但是你不能就是好像，这个就是说这个卡巴奇啊，这是一个危险的。
Because when you have someone squirting alcohol into another person's mouth, there's no way to tell how much is going in it, and it's just dangerous.
就是说，当你把这个酒精放到一个顾客的嘴里面看，我们不知道有多少量，这个是很危险的。
Is
Alright,
that clear?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So I understand that you've already put remedial measures in place, but today here you're agreeing additionally to stop this practice altogether. Do you understand that?
我知道你已经把这些量集训了，就是等下抽量的这些行为已经放在这个厨师里面了。但是你同意我今天所说的吗？
我同意。Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So generally, if you are doing an actual sale to minor to a 15-year-old or under, we can potentially cancel your license.
就是普通的话，如果你把酒精卖给15岁以下的未成年人的话，我们可以吊销你的执照的。
Yeah, 我知道。
I know.
Okay. So, however, because this is an incident that you self-reported with the encouragement of the parent and the police,
因为这个意外呢，是你自己汇报的，就是说告诉这个警察还有父母。
and because you probably inherited this practice from a prior operator,
也许你已经传承了之前的操作方法。
So I'm going to set the fine. Where are you at? I'm going to set the fine at 1,500.
就是我现在就给你这个罚金呢，就是1500块钱。
Do you want to put the restriction on his license about no sake, or is it just a warning? Not to
I mean,
say?
he's agreed to it. I don't think there's a way to write that on the license. No squirting into the mouth. Just no free alcohol, nothing. That's the law. I think he understands.
Yeah, well,
If you want to interpret that, if you're able to.
Yeah.
就说因为这些呢你已经同意就是说不会再做这些鲁莽的行为了，就是说我们不会对任何事情对你的执照有影响，就是1500块钱的罚金。
好的。
Okay. Commissioner Maya.
I'm sorry for the whole incident, sir. I'll go along with the 1,500.
就是我很抱歉这个意外的事情发生，我同意一个1500块钱的罚金。
谢谢。
So let him know that the penalty will be $1,500, and he'll get a letter in his email with instructions on how to pay.
就是说你就有1500块钱的罚金，你会收到一个邮件来，就邮件在邮箱里面，就会告诉你怎样付这个罚款的。
On the radar screen.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir.
谢谢了。
Thank you.
And thank
All right,
you.
thank you.
And thank you, Miss Liang. You can sign off.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
All right. Next is number 29, SEHAZ K 1892 Corp. So the licensee is in Buffalo and his attorney is in Albany, correct?
That is correct.
All right, go ahead and introduce yourselves, please.
Yes, thank you. My name is Adam Bro. I'm an attorney with the law firm Myers & Myers. I represent the licensee SEHAZ K 1892 Corp. And the store's manager, Gurpreet Singh, is appearing in Buffalo and appears on camera now. Just as an opening statement, essentially the letter that I submitted to the board, I believe back in January, pretty much sums up our position. I will just add that my client certainly was surprised by the charges, but nevertheless, for the sake of resolving the matter and moving on from it, my client is willing to plead no contest on the condition that the board accept the proposed fine, the amount of which we believe both reflects the seriousness of the charges, but also will serve as a strong reminder and a compelling incentive to remain, for the need to remain vigilant in preventing the sale of alcohol to minors.
I'm sorry. If you look at the facts surrounding the charges, the first one was a complaint based on a parent reporting to us that her child under 18 was able to purchase alcohol. Then the second sale is actually sale to an operation. So I don't know how you're surprised by this. This was when you were operating on a temp. You just got your actual license in July. I mean, with two back-to-back sales to two under 18 purchasers, you tell me why I'm not at cancellation.
As I stated in our letter to the board, my client had measures imposed, policies imposed that required IDs be checked for anyone who could possibly theoretically be under the age of 21. They invested in technology that scanned IDs to guarantee the age of the individual. And as I said, my client is completely unaware of any particular arrangement that the minor individuals are claiming with respect to underage patrons. We have absolutely no idea what they're talking about. As I said,
well, that's the problem. You just opened this business, you're operating a temp, and you have no idea what they're talking about. And these are under 18s. This is not under 21. Under 18 is like, a teenager-looking person.
We understand that, but as I said, we're not admitting that we had actually sold the alcohol to these minors. We're simply not contesting it because we would rather not have to go to trial and have the primary evidence be the testimony of the minor individuals and the testimony of my client.
If you don't accept the facts as they're stated, you need to take this to hearing. You need to take it to hearing, and if the charges are sustained, you're going for cancellation because this was a temporary permit.
I understand, but we're willing to not contest.
You can't do that. No, that's not how this works. You can't come up here, submit a CNC, and tell me that you don't actually accept the charges because that's what a CNC is. You don't feel like contesting it. That's not legit. Like either you made the sale or you didn't make the sale.
We have no idea that the sale was made. All we have is bank records showing that sales were made, but we don't know that alcohol was sold. We're not contesting the charges. We have no idea whether the alcohol was sold. We're just saying that we are completely taken off guard by the fact that these charges were made because of the policies and because of the measures that have been taken as of the time that the charges or the alleged violations took place.
Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
I think the question, sir, counsel, is your position seems to be this was not a law enforcement bringing a minor in. Is that what you're saying? This is a report by minors after the fact. Is that what you're trying to distinguish here?
That's my understanding of the nature of the basis of the charges. Is that minors are claiming, or minors were reporting to the SLA through their parents that they purchased alcohol from my client's store. That's my understanding.
And you somehow think that the minors are lying about your clients.
I have no idea whether they are or they aren't. All I can tell you is that my client has no idea that these minors purchased alcohol from their store.
So did you read the facts of the case where on June 20th, the minor and the parent met with two of our
Yes.
investigators?
Yes, I
Are
believe
you
they met in
saying that
McDonald's.
that's not a fact? Are you saying that my agency is somehow lying and making this up about your clients?
No, I'm not saying that the agency is lying at all. I'm not saying that anybody's lying. I'm saying that the agency is relying on the statements made by two minors, and I'm saying that the minors are claiming that they purchased alcohol. I have no idea whether they purchased alcohol or not. My client has no idea whether they purchased alcohol or not. All I'm saying is that my client is perplexed as to how minors could have purchased alcohol from their store, given the serious policies and measures that my client has taken since
So
the time
tell
that they
me
began
what your
operating.
client has done to prevent this from happening in the future since June of 24, or since he received notice of these charges.
All employees have been retrained, as well as now the policy of IDing customers has been increased or strengthened. At this point, any new customer who's not familiar to the store, regardless of their appearance of age, will be ID'd. Anybody who is known but could still possibly theoretically be identified as under the age of 21 will also be ID'd, even if they are a repeat customer.
So you're at least saying that before that there was no system of IDing.
No, what I'm saying is that there was a system for identifying underage patrons. What I'm saying is that since the time that these charges were brought to my client's attention, those measures and policies have only been strengthened.
Have you spent any money on any technology, any scanner, any computerized system to actually take IDs, put them in, and that the cash register does not open unless you actually have an ID?
My understanding, and certainly Mr. Singh can confirm or correct, but my understanding is that my client invested in technology as of the time that they opened to be able to scan IDs to guarantee the age of the individual who presented the ID. If he has anything he can add or supplement to my statement, he's welcome to do so, but that's my understanding of the technology in which they invested.
Yeah, we have ID system. So, like, whenever we customer bought anything like alcohol, and we scanned the ID, and the ID told us how old and how many months he is, whoever the customer is.
All right. I'm at 12,000 with the condition that you send us pictures of technology use to prevent future sales.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Okay, so that is a counteroffer. You can either accept it now or wait for the letter and take your time, or reject it.
Unless Mr.
All right.
Singh has an objection to it, we would reserve the right to review the counteroffer and make the decision at that time.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Burrell, is your client for, was it, you have a declaratory ruling? Is your client
That's
here?
correct.
Are they here
she,
yet?
She is here in Albany, yes.
Okay, we can go ahead and do that one since you're up. That is, if you want to grab her.
Yeah, they're going to get her now.
I just had it. 58, so that is 58A. It's a request for a declaratory ruling, Broken Spoke Saloon, LLC.
I'm good.
Oh, I'm sorry, Nicole, that's everyone in Buffalo, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you can sign off, thank you.
Are we at 58A?
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, 58A. An apple.
Are we all set?
Yeah, you can go ahead and introduce.
Great, thank you. Yes, once again, my name is Adam Bro, an attorney with the law firm Myers & Myers. I represent the licensee Broken Spoke Saloon, LLC, and to my left is the sole principal of the licensee, Vanessa Snyder.
All right. This is a 200-foot declaratory ruling. Have you spoken to our investigators, or has there been a conversation about which door you're not going to be using in order to avoid the 200-foot barrier?
No, not yet.
Okay.
There has been discussion about plans, however, that my client would like to implement as far as reconstituting the building by placing the customer entrance in a different location such that it would be beyond the 200-foot proximity to the closest church.
Okay, and are you ready and able to do that, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna vote to approve this, and as long as the applicant slash licensee construct a new entrance on the side of the building furthest away from the church, and assuming that this new entrance is 200 feet from the church, we will issue a full liquor license at that time. But in between now and then, when you apply, we will come out and measure again. So just make sure whatever work you do is more than 200 foot from the center of the door of the church, okay?
Okay.
If you have questions about that, call licensing before you spend any money, please, okay?
Yes, indeed.
And we can get our investigator who did the measurement on the phone with you and actually explain which corner and whatnot, because I don't know the actual geographic outlook of your location. So,
Mr. Maya?
Mr. Maya?
Yeah, I agree.
All right, thank you.
Thank
Very
you.
good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next in Albany is number 42, John Sears.
John Sears.
Hi, you're back.
I'm sorry, AMG.
All right, sir. So, you were here in November. We talked about your fourth sale to minor. We suggest. All right, guys. There's some background noise there. Can you guys stop that, please?
A lot of air moving. What's the elevators? It's the elevators. You can hear the elevators through those walls no matter what.
I have no idea. All right. So I see you submitted that you spent money on the scanner.
Yes.
Have you been using it?
Yes.
Have you been at the cash register since you've been using it?
I've been at the cash register, but I don't run the cash register.
Have you seen anybody, any of your staff, actually deny a sale because of the use of the scanner?
I've only got 2 full-time employees, and they work different hours, and I got 1 part-time for 15, and they're all using it, and they all took the course. And
Answer here.
John
That's
made
not
it.
my question. Has there
What?
been any sales denied since you implemented the technology, sir?
No, there have not.
No, they have not. Okay. All right, this really should be a cancellation, sir. I'm going to lower your CNC because of the fact that you complied with our request to install technology and have spent money on this. Where are you at?
75. If you're gonna reduce it, otherwise I would take it.
All right, we're going to be at 7.5.
Okay, yeah, 75.
7,500, sir.
Okay,
All right, thank you. Please, if there's a fifth, though, I'm telling you now,
trust
It's
me, if
gonna
there's
be a
a fifth,
cancellation.
the store
I-
will be closed because they know the facts.
I know, and I'm telling you, and at that point, sir, I really have no discretion. You know, like I can only do so much. Okay, so like seriously, take this seriously, and I will tell you now, you are on a list, and so if there is an operation in your area, 100%, you're gonna be they're gonna come back to you. I don't control that. So if the police is going out with an undercover because someone else is getting complaint, not you, sometimes someone else could be getting complaint and then you end up on the list. So make sure you're protecting yourself, okay?
I will.
Yeah, Mr. Sears? I'm just,
Yes.
we tried, the chair tried, your offer was $2,500 higher than the penalty we just imposed, so we're trying to help.
I know you are, and that's why I'm
Okay,
here.
okay.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next is number 4, Clancy's of Saratoga, Inc. Number 4. Yep.
Did you say 4?
4, yep.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chris Mills from the Mills Law Firm. I'm here representing Clancy's of Saratoga. I have with me Thomas Clancy Jr., who is the licensee, as well as Griffin Clancy, who's the general manager of the business.
Is that Gregory Mills Law Firm?
It is.
Okay.
right.
Say hello to Mr. Mills.
I will, thank you.
Okay.
We're here for a request to change the operating hours from 2 o'clock back to 4 o'clock a.m. The change was a result of a penalty that was imposed in May of 2022. Clancy's has been in operation for about 28 years. There were 3 incidents that occurred within a 2-month time period during 2021 coming out of COVID. Since that time, Clancy's has undergone a number of changes to its business model. At that last hearing, when the change was imposed, there was some discussion as to whether or not the limitation in hours would be for just 1 year or whether it would be indefinite. It was ultimately decided that it was indefinite, but Chair Finn, you had indicated at that hearing that if after 18 months everything was going well, we could come back and reapply. It's now been almost 3 years since then, and they've had a very strong history, as you can see from your investigation, the letters of support from the Chamber of Commerce, from the City Council, as well as from the Police Department.
All
I'm
right,
happy to
so-
explain some of those changes if you'd like to.
Yeah,
hear
I
them.
want to know what additional things you're doing between 2 and 4 a.m. that's going to not get us back to where we were 3 years ago, because it would be devastating to both you and I if things go bad again.
Understood and completely agree. And obviously, they haven't been open between 2 and 4 a.m. Since that time, but there have been a number of changes. If I may, I'd like to have Griffin Clancy explain some of those things. He's the son of, obviously, Mr. Clancy here. He's taken over as the general manager. He's been primarily responsible for implementing those changes as he's taking over sort of running the business on a day-to-day. So if I can, I'd let Griffin explain some of those changes since 2021, but a lot of them have been implemented since 2022 as well.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Yes, hello, everybody. Couple things that I want to touch point on is the open line of communication that I've had with my staff. They are all TIPS trained and certified. We purchased a ID science scanner in 2022. They have the certification with that. One thing that with my security guard that's licensed through the state, they use registered as well. We use a unique process, a vetting process, which allows us to scan the ID, and it gives us a good 30 seconds to really identify the patron, that we can understand their demeanor, on if they're going to be a great customer or is it going to be issues. And that way, we've turned down a lot of business in the last 3 years to stop issues happening. In those hours, I think it's just a really strict enforcement. If there are some nights that we feel that the customers are not, up to what they, who's going to respect us and who's going to be good customers in the building, we may have, we're going to be at the discretion of, we may, close the door some nights and choose to close early. But we'd like to be able to open till 4 a.m. to compete with the rest of the street. We've had, the biggest thing is the open line of communication with the staff. We're all on the same page. I've had a lot of new hires in the last few years. The training and, this ID scanner was a really big implementation in the last 3 years to our business. It's really helped us not have issues. And then, especially with the open line of communication as well with the police department, they've been great to us as well.
Yeah, couple other really quick things. They've also installed a security system outdoors, which has been tremendously helpful. Very high definition cameras. But CLANCYS actually helped pioneer a pretty unique system in Saratoga Springs. It's an app that they use on their phone between the help communication between the police department and other establishments in the city. It's been incredibly successful since 2021. When a patron leaves one bar and communicates it through the app, they're able to identify those patrons and not let them in. Griffin and CLANCYS has been a huge part of that, as you can see from the letter from Commissioner Moran. So I think that's actually helped significantly change the street in Saratoga. It's been markedly better than it has been over the past couple of years.
Commissioner, you have anything?
Are we ready to vote? Yeah, I'm ready. Yeah, I have no trouble with approving that.
You're approving?
Yes.
All right, Chair.
All right, with the police department's approval and our compliance check coming in positive and the Commissioner of Accounts of Saratoga Springs supporting you, I'm going to vote to approve changing our hours back to 4 a.m.
Thank you very much.
All right, good luck. Please, I don't want to see you again here.
Understood.
I really
Thank
want
you.
to support you, and I don't want Saratoga Springs to be in the news again. Thank you.
We agree.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next items are the same applicant and representative, so I'm going to call them. It's 39, 40, and 58E.
39, 40, and 58.
If it's 39, 40, and 58E as an elephant.
Yeah, that's it.
And it's AMG Retail 1 LLC.
All right, Mr. Springer, how are you?
Good morning. John Springer. I'm a paralegal for the Caponera Law Firm. I've worked on these applications with Attorney Ryan Caponera, who cannot be here today. I apologize in advance. I had some surgery, if you have trouble understanding me. These three matters are before you because some management lapses and oversights and at the staff level, as well as some sloppy work done by a previous representative that failed to double check who is signing a contract as a seller. The reason for disapproval for the application, which I guess was reconsidered or refiled, was that the wrong person signed for the seller, which delayed the temporary permit. At the same time, an approval was given to another store in the chain at 1610 Bushwick Avenue. The problem was at 1610 Utica. The corporate staff level misunderstood that, and the store level people misunderstood that. I don't believe this was an availing. There was no sign on there was no license on the wall from this seller. We didn't use their alcohol. We didn't purchase from a wholesaler under the seller's license. Nonetheless, that's not an excuse. This is a large company. They tightened up their controls internally. Let me just tell you a little bit about the company. With me is Jimmy Kochasarli. He is an LLC member, and this is Alexander Amanatides Esquire. He's in-house counsel. These stores, this chain owns 98 stores in 4 states, including 36 in New York, under the Atlantis Management Group, LLC, which was founded in 2002. I'm not aware of any sales to minors at any of these New York stores going back at least 10 years, and they can't frankly remember any. Each store is run by an assistant manager who reports to a district manager, who reports to a director of operations in the corporate office. This was an unfortunate incident. They paid a significant price, learned some lessons, tightened up as a result, and we're here to answer any questions and beg your forgiveness and understanding, and hopefully approve these matters.
All right. Are you okay?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to vote to approve 39, 40, 58E, Atlantis Fresh Market, Atlantis Fresh Market, and Atlantis Fresh Market at 3 different locations, 2 in the Bronx, 1 in Brooklyn. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, that doesn't have to come.
I have to, I'm okay, you got me, you picked me up, right? Yeah,
Yeah, he voted.
I
He said
voted,
yes.
okay.
All right. All right, go ahead, sir.
This is MNC Mexican?
Yeah.
That's correct? Okay. John Swinger, for paralegal for Captain Law Firm in Albany. With me is Mr. Moises Ortiz, one of the applicants, and John Park is here to translate. This was a case of an attorney who meant well and an applicant who was under a lot of pressure from the seller. The seller needed to leave for whatever reason, and they didn't want a disruption of the business. So the attorney ill-advisedly wrote up a management agreement that I've seen that specifically says they would be managing it for the seller's behalf. Some miscommunication got done, and as you know from the file, a sales tax authority went out, bank accounts got opened. In mitigation, there was a application filed even before this matter was brought to the attention of enforcement. I think they intended to do well. They made a mistake.
Okay. All right. Interestingly, there are just lots of other people's mistakes. So let me just let me ask you: is there a management agreement, or was that an asset purchase agreement?
There was both, but they try to do one of these, and you've seen them, and I've seen them. We all know about it. We deal with them all the time. They're almost never good. They always have to be approved by the authority, and they weren't. But I think I had put the agreement in with the reconsideration, the management agreement, which, you know, I was out on I had the surgery last year. I didn't know about this. I would have advised them not to do it. These things never work out. People need to be patient and wait until the transfer is approved.
The problem is that the asset purchase agreement was signed in April of 24. Did they pay the $120,000?
At some point they paid it. I don't know at what point they paid it, but they didn't. It wasn't closed yet. The asset purchase agreement was signed while they worked on the liquor license application, which, as you know, can sometimes take a few months depending on.
Well, when did you actually file this was filed in December.
No,
the problem is that did they take over management and control before November of 24?
You're referring to the reapplication. There was an initial application where this came up that was disapproved. I asked for reconsideration. It was disapproved. So we refiled. This is the second application. The original application that was first denied was, I believe, July of 2024, not too far after the asset purchase agreement.
When did they take over? When did they take over management? Because the license was canceled in November of 24 because of availing. So they basically were availing the license.
The license had been surrendered long before that. The charges came. The cancellation was accepted that late. It wasn't. This all goes back to the summertime. Originally. You're talking about the cancellation of the seller's license, which we offered. He had already surrendered. He was out.
So you're telling me that your clients were also operating on no license between the surrendering in the summer and presumably now? Like
they have not. They've been operating without alcohol since their first disapproval of the temporary permit. And their license application and reconsideration was denied. We refiled, but they've been operating for almost a year without alcohol at all. It's just as a restaurant. No BYOB, no give it away for free, no bring it in. They paid a significant penalty for, which they apologize for, and they accept responsibility for not, for not complying with the management agreement that they weren't gonna operate it for their own benefit, that they were gonna operate for the seller's benefit until they got their temp, which wasn't a great idea to begin with. They paid a substantial penalty. This place isn't gonna make it without alcohol. The applicants were, I think at least
So
one of the two was,
Can I interrupt just so I could? You keep saying the management agreement was not a good idea. I could speculate, well, how it might not have ended up a good idea. Tell us why it wasn't a good idea, so that I know what your understanding about that.
in my opinion, in my experience since 2009, doing these matters full time, these things are almost never a good idea to go in and operate in somebody else's space when there's a license in place. If
Okay,
there's a
because
sale,
it blurs who's actually benefiting from the entire operation, correct?
if it's not-
Might that be a
if-
reason?
That's correct, and my understanding is that any agreement like that must be approved by the liquor authority in advance. Even if it's a well-crafted one, what I tell people is, if you want to go in and operate as a manager, get a W-2 and get a paycheck. You're not going to get a percentage. You want to learn the business before you take over? Go in, become an employee manager, and get a W-2. And that's what I would have advised if I had seen this. I think they were trying to do it the right way, and they went astray.
Shannon. I just need to talk to council for 1 second.
All right, we're going to go off the record for a conference with council. We'll be back on shortly.
All right.
Can you mute right while we're on break? Thank you.
All right, there's a lot of history here. We're gonna go back and look at some of the disapprovals because it wasn't part of this record. If you have a management agreement with Mr. Springer, you send us a copy of it, and I'm gonna adjourn this to April 2nd.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Maya.
4-2.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is number 8, DELMAS Diner Inc.
John Springer for the applicant. With me is Delma Duarte, she's the president, and her daughter, who may help translate, Karen Lemus. This is a CNC of $3,000 for a sale to a minor. The employee involved is no longer working there.
Do we have a Spanish interpreter? Is it a Spanish interpretation?
Yes.
Donald, do you have a Spanish interpreter?
One wasn't requested for today.
She does speak some English, and she seems to understand me. As I said, it's the CNC. As a result of this, we did a corporate change to bring on her daughter, Brenda, which was approved, because she wanted another trusted family member to help her supervise, and that seems,
All right, Shannon.
If someone needs an interpreter, they need an interpreter. So.
I think he also said the last one needed an interpreter too.
Okay.
I think he said the last one needed an interpreter too,
But
maybe.
we've got,
Didn't you say your last client needed an interpreter as well? So did we need a Spanish interpreter for that one as well?
no, he understood everything. I spoke with him as well. He just felt more comfortable. It's more of a support of her daughter.
could I interject? Sir, this was agreed by counsel's office, correct?
Yes.
3,000,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
Does she understand that?
What number are we on?
We're on number 8.
Yeah.
Number 8.
Well, if
Do we need to come back?
If we're coming off that number and also understanding this resolution. But anyway, are you?
I'm actually gonna go up, so.
If the number's changing, you can't.
Okay, I'm going to stay at 3 unless we put it off, because counsel's office agreed to it, is my reasoning.
It would be best to hold it over anyway
Okay.
also if
Okay.
you guys are
Made a mistake.
disagreeing.
Okay.
All right.
So we're going to hold it over, 1, because we're going to need an interpreter, and 2, it seems like
Well, that's, how.
they might be disagreeing. So you might want to have the third member anyway.
Yeah, we don't have an agreement on the penalty, so, and we'll ask an interpreter to come next time, Mr. Springer.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Because they have a really serious.
All right, next
charge
in Albany.
22.
Is
So
27 and 28. KGOSWAMI LLC.
And there's some.
1 second.
Just want to go home.
Okay, I got you.
Not everybody is like you.
So that is that.
See the agency as their client. They see these people as their client. After a while, you can.
That's 27 and 28.
Not everybody's like me. Awesome.
Wait, 27 and 28.
Yes, because it's the same licensee. So it's same licensee, but 2 different offers. Or yeah.
Right. Yes.
All right, can we have a conversation about this as well?
All right.
All right, sorry, I have a question for council.
We're gonna go off the record right quick.
Go ahead.
All right, we're back on the record.
Is there an interpreter?
Yeah, we have one more item that needs an interpreter.
That's not the interpreter for this
No.
client, right?
Yeah, if you could please mute yourself, Amandeep, Ms. Carr.
Yes, this is Amandeep Kaur. I'm the
Yeah, if you
interpreter.
could. Yep. I'll call you when we're ready, but if you can mute yourself for now.
Okay, fine.
Or just
So,
stay on.
yeah, I can mute, okay?
Thank you. All right, so we're back on the record for numbers 27 and 28. KGOSWAMI LLC. And if you guys can introduce yourselves.
Absolutely. Good morning, Alyssa Yowie, counsel of record for the licensee KGOSWAMI LLC. With me today is the owner and sole principal of KGOSWAMI, Kamal Puri Goswami. Before you is a disciplinary based on an availing. We have entered into a conditional no contest plea with counsel's office. We did submit some supplemental materials last week explaining the charges and the steps taken to remedy the situation.
All right. Does your client live in New Jersey?
Yes, I have a fully remote job. So I live in New Jersey because my wife is working from there.
Sorry, your wife works in New Jersey?
Yes.
Okay, so are you in the Saratoga County during the week or who
Yes,
runs the
during
store?
During the week, and also I have appointed the manager. She handles most of the functions.
And we would note the manager has actually been at this location for 19 years. She was an employee of the former owner, so she's a long-standing employee of this business.
All right, so there are multiple issues here. You have, since owning the store, it was issued in July of 22, and it's very, very unusual for a liquor store to have two sale to minor on the record, both to an under 18. In the 3-year frame, less than 3 years, you've had two sale to minor 18 or under. So that's issue number one, but you're telling me that there's a manager that's been there for 19 years. Who did you buy the store from?
It's from the previous one.
I can get the name.
It's not a family member?
No,
No.
not a family member.
This was
Okay, who bought the store? Did you buy the store or did your cousin buy the
Yes.
store?
No, I bought the store.
Did your cousin tell you to buy a store?
No,
How did you find a store in Saratoga if you live in New Jersey?
I have been in here up and down, and I want to move it in here. And I got the information that that store is coming out to sell, so I contacted the owner.
How did you find out that information? Did your cousin tell you?
My cousin told me that hey, there's a liquor store coming soon. So I'm like, okay, I want to buy because it's my inspiration to move back. I have done my high school, middle school, and college in here, and I want to come back in here. So that's why I want to buy the store.
All right. So the other set of problems you have is books and records and availing. So you allowed your cousin who owns another store to run your store for you.
No.
To be clear, he didn't actually run the store. He was given authority to sign checks on behalf of my client if a check needed to be signed and my client was not in the Capital District. He did not direct the employees. He did not receive any compensation. He has zero ownership interest. My client purchased the store. He was not aware that it was not permissible to allow his cousin to sign the checks on his behalf due to the fact that his cousin owned a liquor
All
store.
right, so if your cousin told you about this purchase opportunity, why do you think that he couldn't buy it?
No,
Why is that?
he does not have any interest of buying it. Any other store.
Okay. You know that in New York State, each person is only allowed to have one liquor store, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So did you think that it would make sense for you to again give him signing rights over your store when he already has another store? Because the result of that is it getting your store canceled. It's your store that's in trouble. You understand that, right?
I don't think he was aware when he purchased the store that New York only allowed one liquor store. I don't know who represented you in the transaction, but I don't think he was ever made aware of that.
Okay,
fact.
so he didn't know that even though the cousin store is also in Saratoga and he's asking him to buy it and the guy himself didn't buy it. There was no conversation about, I can't buy this, why don't you buy it?
No.
You just thought that he's so generous to you that he made you buy it, but then you gave him the bank signing rights.
No, there was no intent of that. I was going through my personal life issues, and that's why I had it as an authorized signer only, and I was not made aware of prior attorney, and that's why as soon as I was made aware of it, I have removed it.
Okay, so are you telling me that since you removed him, you're the one who's been signing checks since November of 22?
Yes, ma'am. I've been signing all throughout.
Okay, so why don't you, I'm gonna adjourn this to 4/2. You guys can send us bank records between November of 22 to March of 25. I want to see that you've been running the store.
Okay.
Commissioner Maya?
Yeah, that's,
If you want, we can decide on the sell to minor.
I'm ready to proceed how you manage.
I
that.
don't actually want to take your $7,000 if it's going to end up a cancellation. So let's just adjourn both item 27 and 28 if the commissioner will agree.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, we'll see you on April.
Thank you.
If you need more time to produce the bank documents, ma'am, you can ask for April 23rd.
Okay.
Just let the secretary's office know, okay?
I will do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, so we do have a Punjabi interpreter for an item in Albany. That number is number 12. SINGH PETRO Holdings, Inc.
Give us just a moment. Paula's grabbing them.
All right.
Is that the right number?
Number
This is another
12.
one with
yeah.
council.
Sorry.
12, around 12.
12.
This is,
But it's outside. Yeah, so it's 10,000. What is it right now?
Okay.
It's starting over. You have to only do it once.
So Miss Cower, I'm sorry,
Yes.
Amandeep.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, yeah.
If you can just, so the people that need the Punjabi interpreter is Albany. You should be able to see them. If you could just introduce yourself and introduce yourself for the record, and then introduce yourself to them.
And you want me to turn on the camera or you're
okay,
fine?
okay.
I
got you.
It's up to if you want to turn on the camera, you can. If that makes it easier for them, you think that's.
Okay.
Okay. That was a learning curve for me. Talking more about that. So, yes.
So you can see me now, right?
No, but it's okay if you're having issues. We can just continue with the voice.
third.
Okay, okay.
I don't know about that. I don't know why that changed.
What was that?
That's the first.
Okay, you want me to introduce now?
Yeah, go ahead and introduce yourself to them.
Okay. ਹਾਂਜੀ ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਮੇਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਅਮਨ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਮਦਦ ਕਰਾਂਗੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਨ ਚ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਚ
Okay, thank you.
And is the individual, which one actually needs the interpreter?
Makhi Singh, he's my father-in-law. Harpreet Singh, I'm the son-in-law.
Well,
Who's the licensee?
Mukhi Singh.
Oh, yep, go ahead and interpret that. I'm sorry.
Okay. हाँ जी लाइसेंस किहदे कोले आ?
मेरे को जी मेरा नाम मलकीत सिंह।
Yeah, Malkeet Singh, he have the license.
All right, sir. This is, have you owned the store since 2017?
2017 ਤੋਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਵਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ store?
Yes, हाँ जी।
Yes.
So in 8 years, this is your third sale to minor. Are you aware of that?
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ 8 ਸਾਲਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਤੀਜੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕਾ ਵਾ।
जी ਅਸੀਂ EMPLOYEE ਰੱਖੇ ਜੀ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ EMPLOYEE ਸਿਖਾਈਦਾ ਪਰ ਫਿਰ ਵੀ EMPLOYEE ਅਣਗਹਿਲੀ ਕਰ ਗਏ।
Yeah, we train the employee, but like then also they are not doing the duty properly.
Yes. However, you can, as the Commissioner de Leon loves to say, you can give away your responsibility, but not the liability. You can't say that it's the employee's fault because you run the business and you're the licensee.
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਵਾ ਸਟੋਰ ਮਤਲਬ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਮਤਲਬ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਵਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ ਪਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਇਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਵੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਰਿਸਪੌਂਸਿਬਿਲਟੀ।
ਜੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਲਾਅ ਫਾਲੋ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਇਹ ਸਭ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਪਰ EMPLOYEEਆਂ ਸਿਖਾਈਦਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿਸ ਟਾਈਮ ਬਾਹਰ ਵੀ ਜਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ EMPLOYEEਜ਼ ਦਾ ਅਣਗਹਿਲੀ ਕਰ ਗਿਆ ਜੀ।
So we follow, we trained everything, and sometimes when we go out and then they take it everything easy.
I'm sorry, can you say that again, ma'am?
Yeah, so we train the employee, we follow all the laws, but sometimes employee don't take care of everything.
Again, in this scenario, the employee was scanning his own ID to make the sale. Why is that?
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ EMPLOYEE ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੀ ID ਸਕੈਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਿਉਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ?
ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਸਿਸਟਮ ਅਲਾਹ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਸਕੈਨ ਕਰੀਦੀ ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਬੀਅਰ ਕਰ ਲਓ ਜਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਸਿਗਰਟ ਕਰ ਲਓ ਜਾਂ ਤੰਬਾਕੂ ਕਰ ਲਓ ਆਟੋਮੈਟਿਕਲੀ ਸਾਡਾ ਸਿਸਟਮ ਲਾਕ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਜੀ। ਉਹਦੇ ਚ ID ਨੰਬਰ ਪਾਓ ਅਗਲੇ ਦਾ ID ਚੈੱਕ ਕਰੋ ID ਪਾਓ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਫਿਰ ਓਪਨ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਜੀ। EMPLOYEEਜ਼ ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਨੋ ਕੇਅਰ ਦਾ ID ਆਪਣੀ ਪਾਲੀ ਨੇ ਕੀ ਕੀਤਾ ਜੀ ਸਮਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਈ ਮੈਨੂੰ।
So when they have to scan the beer, tobacco, cigarettes, sometimes it get locked, and then I don't know why then they use their ID, so then the system get unlocked. So maybe because of that reason they use the ID.
Does he understand that if there is a forced sale to minor, his license is going to get canceled?
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਸਮਝ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸੇਲਸਮੈਨ ਹੈਗਾ ਜੇ ਉਹ ਮਾਈਨਰ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਕੈਨਸਲ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ ਵਾ।
ਚੌਥੀ ਵਾਰ fourth time ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਹੋਰ ਹੋ ਜਾਏਗਾ ਨਾ ਚੌਥੇ ਟਾਈਮ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਸਸਪੈਂਡ ਹੋ ਜਾਏਗਾ।
ਕੇਅਰਫੁਲ ਹੋਵਾਂਗੇ ਜੀ ਗਾਂਵ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪ ਕੇਅਰਫੁਲ ਹੋਵਾਂਗੇ ਜੀ।
So we will be more careful for the next time.
No, this is already your third time. I mean, just sitting here telling me that I'm going to be more careful, unfortunately, is not going to cut it anymore. He's had this business for 8 years. This is very serious.
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ 8 ਸਾਲਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਆ ਇਹ ਉਦਾਂ ਵੀ ਤੀਜੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਵਾ ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਦੇ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਹੋਰ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਧਿਆਨ ਰੱਖੋਗੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਸੀਰੀਅਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਆ।
ਅਸੀਂ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਕੀ ਰਹੀ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ EMPLOYEE ਦੇ ਰਹੇਗਾ ਤੇ ਆਪ ਹੀ 24 ਘੰਟੇ ਆਪ ਹੀ ਕਰੀਦਾ ਉੱਥੇ ਜੋ ਓਪਨ ਸਟੋਰ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਟਾਈਮ ਥੋੜਾ ਪਤਾ ਬੰਦਾ ਗਾਮਸ਼ਾ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਜੀ ਤਾਂ ਅਣਗਹਿਲੀ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਗਾਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਆਪ ਕੇਅਰਫੁਲ ਰਵਾਂਗੇ ਜੀ ਇੱਥੇ।
So now we will be more careful. We won't keep the things on the employees. So just we will be more careful and take this thing serious.
All right, so I'm gonna give you some tools of how to be more careful.
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਟੂਲਸ ਦਵਾਂਗੀ ਉਹ ਤੋਂ ਮਤਲਬ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਧਿਆਨ ਰੱਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਕਿ ਹੋਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਕੁ ਧਿਆਨ ਰੱਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ
So I know that you already have an ID check on your scanner, which is why I don't understand why you continue to break this law. But beyond that, you need to put all your employees through what we call ATAP training.
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ EMPLOYE ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ATAP ਟ੍ਰੇਨਿੰਗ ਚ ਪਾਉਂਗੇ ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ID ਆ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਤਾ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਬਾਰ-ਬਾਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਕਿਉਂ ਸਕੈਨ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਆ
ਪਹਿਲੇ ਸਟੇਟ ਦੀ ਹੀਨਾ ਟ੍ਰੇਨਿੰਗ ਕੋਰਸ ਉਹ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਰੋਗੇ ਤੇ ਹਰ EMPLOYEES ਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹ ਟ੍ਰੇਨ ਕਰੋਗੇ
ਜੀ ਇਹ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਟ੍ਰੇਨਿੰਗ ਇਸੇ ਦਵਾਂਗੇ ਫਿਰ
Yeah, we will do that
ਪਹਿਲੇ ਇਹੀ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੈ ਜੀ
Yeah, before also we'll do the training, but we can follow that training.
All right. This CNC submission is insufficient. A third sale is just by our delegation $10,000. So I'm gonna counter at 10,000.
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ $10,000 ਦਾ ਉਹ ਫਾਈਨ ਦਾ ਉਹ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਆ
Mr. Maya?
10,000.
All right.
10,000 $10,000
All right, well, you'll get a letter and you can decide to accept or take this to hearing.
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਚਿੱਠੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾਊਗੀ ਇਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਤੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਅਸੈਪਟ ਕਰਨੀ ਕਿ ਹੀਅਰਿੰਗ ਤੇ ਆਉਣਾ
ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਚਿੱਠੀ ਪਾਏਗੇ $10,000 ਦੀ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਐਕਸੈਪਟ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਜੀ
ਸਭ ਕਰ ਲਾਂਗੇ ਜੀ
Okay, we're gonna accept that thing.
Do you want to accept right now or do you want to wait for the letter?
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਚਿੱਠੀ ਦੀ ਉਡੀਕ ਕਰਨੀ ਆ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਹੁਣੇ ਹੀ accept ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ
ਨਹੀਂ ਐਕਸੈਪਟ ਕਰ ਲੈਣ ਜੀ ਇਹ ਚੈੱਕ ਭੇਜ ਦਾਂਗੇ ਜੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੇ ਦਿਓ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਭੇਜਣਾ ਹੈ ਚੈੱਕ ਭੇਜ ਦਾਂਗੇ ਜੀ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਫੈਨ ਪਾਣਗੇ
Yeah, we can accept right now and just let us know where we have to send that check.
Okay, so they'll still get a letter. It'll just have the instructions on how to pay.
And you can okay
yeah, go ahead.
ਚਿੱਠੀ okay ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਚਿੱਠੀ ਆ ਜਾਊਗੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਇਨਸਟਰਕਸ਼ਨਸ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਹੋਣਗੀਆਂ ਕਿ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਣਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਵਾ
Okay.
So let me just tell you that you are now on a target list for both our enforcement staff and also the local police department.
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਉਹ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਟਾਰਗੇਟ ਤੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਲਾਈਨ ਤੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਾਣੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਵਾਲੇ ਜਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਦੂਜੇ ਇਨਫੋਰਸਮੈਂਟ ਵਾਲੇ ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਤੇ ਧਿਆਨ ਰੱਖਣਗੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਹੁਣ
So I don't know if you're listening when I was talking to the people before you that were all half sale to minor on their record.
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਸੀਗੀ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਮਾਈਨਰ ਤੇ ਆ ਰੈਕਟ ਤੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਧਿਆਨ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸੁਣੀਆਂ ਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੁਣੀਆਂ
But I'm going to tell you that now you're on a list. And so if there is an underage operation coming from our agency or the police department, your location will be on that list. So the undercover agent is going to come back.
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਉਹ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਹੁਣ ਲਿਸਟ ਤੇ ਆ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅੰਡਰਕਵਰ ਏਜੰਟ ਆ ਕਿ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਤੇ ਧਿਆਨ ਰੱਖਣਗੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਾਣੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹ ਲਿਸਟ ਤੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ
What did you say? What did he say?
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ
ਅਸੀਂ ਕੇਅਰਫੁਲ ਰਵਾਂਗੇ ਜੀ ਗਾਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਜੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਇਹ ਗਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ ਜੀ ਮੈਂ
So next time that thing won't happen, we will be more careful.
Okay, so you have to understand that I don't control that.
ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਸਮਝਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਵਾ ਕਿ ਮੇਰੇ ਹੱਥ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੁਣ ਕੁਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਆ ਮੈਂ ਕੁਝ ਵੀ ਕੰਟਰੋਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੀ
And it concerns me that this third time the agent was under 18 and you made the sale.
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਤੀਜੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਵਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਏਜੰਟ ਆ ਉਹ 18 ਸਾਲ ਤੋਂ ਛੋਟਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਸੇਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਆ
And so if you come back here again with a for sale, I know I'm repeating myself, but I just don't want you to end up in a cancellation, sir, okay?
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਹੋਊਗਾ ਤੇ ਮਤਲਬ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਸਮਝ ਆ ਗਈ ਆ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਫਿਰ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ ਖਤਮ ਕਰਨਾ ਪਊਗਾ
ਜੀ
All right. Thank you for coming today.
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਅੱਜ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ
Okay, thank you.
And please find out about the ATAP training, sir, okay? Like, that's very serious. If you do that, you get some credit. If you can show me that your employee is trained but still made the sale, that actually gives the licensee protection and credit, okay?
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਟੈਪ ਟ੍ਰੇਨਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਆ ਉਹਦਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕ੍ਰੈਡਿਟ ਵੀ ਮਿਲੂਗਾ ਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਅੱਗੇ ਤੋਂ ਇਹ ਪਤਾ ਹੋਊਗਾ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਟ੍ਰੇਨਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਆ ਆਪਣੇ EMPLOYEE ਨੂੰ
ਜੀ
Okay.
We're gonna
Alright,
take
thank
it very
you.
seriously if I can.
All right, thank you very much. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And thanks, Amandeep. You can sign off. Thank you.
Okay, thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Thank you. Have a nice day. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
All right. And next in Albany is number 52, CST New York LLC. Did I miss someone?
Good morning, Board. Brian Poplowski on behalf of CST, and I've got Matthew Newser from CST as well with me.
Is he at the corporate office or he's the licensee?
Corporate office.
This is a chain of how many stores?
In New York, I believe it's
24.
Yeah.
24 stores?
Correct.
Shannon, can you look at when the first sale was? All right. This is a third sale to minor at this location?
Second within the statutory window.
But third overall, right?
I believe so.
All right. Do you guys have scanners?
This store has gone to scan all, yes, which I believe we've provided to counsel's office on the no contest plea or the conditional plea. I'm sorry, the backup for that. Additionally, this store is bars, it pays for bars in addition to its own alcohol training and New York State training. They do annually and biannually for Circle K training.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I apologize. That was a lot of words there. So they do the New York State training annually and onboarding of all employees. The training certificate of this employee who has been since terminated immediately following this incident was submitted. But in addition to that, Circle K does their own alcohol training for any cashier and actually any employee, and that's done biannually. Additionally, this store and all New York stores are part of BARS that does their own internal investigations and basically sting operations, as well as additional training when needed. And again, this store is a card only for all products that require age verification.
I don't have his submission that he's talking about.
Case file. It's not for the review, and you said there was proof of.
But why don't I have that in my documents?
Yeah,
Do I
so
get-
I apologize. We submitted 3 separate documents. One is the signage within the store that identifies to all customers that it's a card all store for all products, for all ages. The second is the internal bars, I guess, pamphlet that all stores. And we also submitted the alcohol training awareness program certificate. For the
It's all in the
employee.
case file. It just didn't end up in your materials.
All right, can you just make sure things get translated? Because that would be
Very
important
helpful.
to see. All right, this is a third sale, should be 10,000. I'm gonna go to 9,000 because the ATAP certificate, like I was saying to everybody else, the fourth sale is gonna be a cancellation, so you do what you need to do.
Commissioner Maya,
9,000.
9,000. So that is a counteroffer. You can either wait for the counteroffer letter, accept it then, or reject it and go to hearing, or accept it now.
Yeah, I'll have to wait till we receive it and confer with my client on that, but assuming we likely will.
Okay. Thank you.
And just for a point of clarification, I think the board's position is that this is a third sale entirely, but that the third sale is beyond the 5-year look back. Is that correct? Am I correct in saying that?
It appears that
You're a corporation with ATAP training. This is a sale to 18 and under.
Okay, so
I gave you 9,000. It should be 10.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
All right, thank you.
Thank you all.
Next is 58B. 58B as in boy. It's a request for declaratory ruling. The Farmer's Wife Foods, LLC.
Okay.
So can you give that here?
All right, sir. Go ahead. This is a declaratory ruling request.
Number?
58B.
Yep.
Thank you.
Boy. Go ahead and introduce yourself,
Different
please.
location.
My name is John Friedman. I'm an attorney. I represent the applicant, temporary permit holder. We're seeking a declaratory ruling today that there's nothing in either the statutes or the regulations under the ABC law or the CCR that prohibits an off-premise catering licensee from engaging in the retail sale of food and non-alcoholic beverages from the same premises.
Okay, so the caterer is the one that you want to license, and the restaurant will be limited to food and non-alc.
That is correct. The business, the licensee's been in business for 20.
My mother-in-law started in 2001. My wife and I have owned and operated it since 2010.
And this is Joe Jacobian, who's one of the principals, one of the members, and managing member of the company. The company has runs it's a cafe. I believe the operating hours are morning through afternoon. Is that correct? Yeah. And selling primarily takeaway food and beverages. For a period of time, they held a beer and wine on-premise license. Because they are within 200 feet of a house of worship on the same street where they're located. They couldn't get a liquor license. But there was very little sale of alcohol under that license while they held it. They were always engaged in off-premise catering, and they used their beer and wine license to do that with permits, of course. The problem for the company is that a catering license without the addition of liquor puts them at a competitive disadvantage. When the legislature approved Section 64E of the ABC law, we took advantage of that and applied for the license that we're currently discussing. There's nothing in Section 64E that says that a licensee cannot operate any other business at that location. If we were to compare that with some of the other sections of the ABC law, we see that Section 63, which deals with sale of liquor for off-premise consumption, and Section 79, the sale of wine for off-premise consumption, have explicit prohibitions against additional businesses being operated in their premises, but there's no comparable language at all in Section 64E. Rather, 64E stipulates that Section 54 will govern as to the procedure of the license. Section 54 governs the sale of beer for off-premise consumption. That statute does contain a prohibition against not being a grocery store or a pharmacy, a drugstore, or a duly licensed Lake Erie harbor supply ship. So it's kind of completely different from those other two, but you have, so the first two, section 63 and section 79, have negative prohibition. Section 54 has a requirement that you be in a particular business in order to get the license. And again, section 64E directs that section 54 shall govern the procedural aspects of it. So then the question really becomes, is the little blurb on the top of the application for an off-premise catering license that says, and I can read it to you if I can find it. Well, I can't find it, but it basically says that an off-premise catering licensee can't operate, can only operate as an off-premise catering operation. So while we recognize that that language exists on the application, there's never been a rulemaking that has dealt with the issues around that and come to some conclusion. There has to be a rulemaking because there's legal impact. If that language would keep my client from getting the license they currently seek, then there's legal impact. And if there's a legal impact, then under, I believe it's Cubas v. Martinez, the Court of Appeals said that there has to be a rulemaking. If there's no impact, if it's just a statement of general policy that doesn't affect the outcome, then there's no rulemaking. But then it can't have any application. It's just a restatement of a generalized policy, but it doesn't have any legal application. In this case, the communications that we've received from licensing staff at the SLA indicate that there is a legal impact to that language. Our position is that without a rulemaking, it's not permissible for the SLA, for the board to deny this application.
All right. So let us decide whether we're going to do a rulemaking on here. But for this purpose, I understand that you're barred by the 200-foot rule from having a full liquor license. And you had a beer and wine, but you're going to surrender that.
We did, ma'am. We surrendered the beer and wine license.
Okay, great. And really what you want is the off-premise catering. So as long as you agree that the off-premise catering, obviously, is going to be used for off-premise that is outside of the 200 foot of the church that's close to you, I believe you can cater to a place, another location that is within 200 foot. We don't look at that. As long as it's not this church, not within 200 foot, meaning that if you are going to a catering, if you're going across the street and you actually cannot cater at the church, for example, is that clear? So that church will apply no matter what, right? So, but as long as you're going off premise elsewhere, I'm going to be okay with it. But I
Yes,
just want to
ma'am.
double check.
The applicant's in a very rural area. They travel significant distances for the events that they're hired to cater.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, just trying to be super clear here. But the deli is on-prem service, right? There are tables and chairs.
Yes, there's about 4 tables. We seat about maybe
Okay.
16 people.
Right, but no alcohol, and you also sell to go, right?
Yes, no alcohol, no beer and wine. We also
and
sell
there's
to go.
no fridge with beers and
Nothing like that.
nothing like that. Okay. So with that fact pattern, I'm going to grant this declaratory ruling.
Mr. Mayor.
Grant it.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Freeman. You may want to come consider working for us one day.
I don't know if you can afford me, ma'am.
I certainly can't, but maybe in retirement.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
All right, Ellery, that's in Albany, right?
Correct.
All right, you can sign off. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so moving to New York City. So I know we usually go by who signed in, but we do have a matter with community board presence, and we do pull those first. The first one will be 58J 609 PADEL LLC and MOGADOR Greenwich LLC.
All right.
Good afternoon.
Ridiculous. Sign. No.
Just for purposes of housekeeping, I have the objectors.
Okay.
I know last time,
Okay.
Mr. Chairwoman, you had requested the objectors.
All right, can I just take a count on how many people in the audience is here for this item and how many people are here for objection, just so that we have it for the record? Can the protests count up?
Everyone that is objecting, please stand up.
Thank you.
And we have over 400 petitions.
Yes, I understand that. How many people here? Just count it out for me, please, sir.
Sure.
Actual number? Yes, an actual number, please. Okay.
We have 24.
Did everyone sign in? Like everyone in objectors?
There's some additional that are coming in right now from community board and SEARS.
26, 27, 28, 29. Yeah, those count as two.
Good.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, so we are 30, 32?
Roughly, yes. If numbers
32.
change, but yes.
All right, everybody, you can sit down. Thank you. We'll take one of those signs. Anyone willing to give up your sign? Just have it as part of our record. Thank you. No rooftop restaurant, no private pedal. Okay. All right, thank you for coming, everybody. We've heard this item before, so we don't really need to start from the beginning. We had asked for the applicant and the community to try to go back and have a conversation and try to come to some sort of an agreement. It appears from the document submitted that effort was not fruitful. And I know you each have your opinion as to what happened. And separately, we had asked for a noise study. The applicant did their own noise study, and so did the residents. And I have both of those in the record, and I have reviewed it. So here we are, and subsequently, we may or may not have, we have received a petition of 450 residents in the area that is against this application. We've also received letters from Assembly Member Deborah Glick and letter from Senator Kavanaugh, who both supports the community board in asking this board to vote no on this item. Have counsel, Mr. Bernstein, received those documents and seen everything
Yes,
that
we
I'm
have.
mentioning? You
Yes.
have. Okay, great. So can the lawyers and the applicants and a representative put your name on the record?
Yes, Donald Bernstein from Bernstein, Rado, and Savitsky on behalf of the applicant.
Okay. Is that the applicants behind the
This
screen there?
is the team of applicants. We have representatives of ownership of the food and beverage operator. We have Mr. Firestein from Acoustalog, who did our sound study. We have Ed Carroll, who is our architect, who has to leave shortly, but he is here. And that's
All
our
right,
team.
so why don't you guys all come up and put your names on the record, please?
My name is Tony Burkow, on behalf of the owners.
Okay.
My name is Numrud Nina Mukhatasa, one of the owners.
Okay, you're one of the owners as well?
I'm Rafael Ojeon. I'm the owner of Cafe Mogador. We're going to be handling the food and beverage.
Food and beverage, okay.
I'm Daniel Cohen, one of the owners.
Okay.
Hello. Edward Carroll, representing SRA Architecture and Engineering.
Alan Firestein, Acoustalog Incorporated.
Nice to see you, Mr. Firestein. All right. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Massimo D'Angelo from Blank Rome for the community. With me is my colleague, William Pekarski. We also have members from the community here who would like to be
Okay,
heard.
I know these people. Okay. So, who wants to start? Who wants
I
to
would,
summarize?
I would like to start. It's my application, and I'd like to clarify certain points and see and focus on what's really at issue here and clarify some points because there are misstatements in a lot of the opposition. So I just want to summarize it and be very clear about what really is the issue here, because I think it's very clear what the real issue here is.
Chairperson.
This is,
Finn,
excuse me.
I know you wanted to hear from the objectors
Well,
first
well,
last time. Is it
yeah, well,
okay?
we've already
it's
heard
okay.
from the
Just let him go.
objectors,
It's
so
okay.
we
It's
can
okay.
let
You'll
him-
get your time.
Yeah.
So all we are licensing here is a restaurant on the 9th floor and on a portion of the roof. There is a.
Wait, it's not a restaurant. It's a private club, right?
I would not call it that, Sheriff, and let me tell you why. The restaurant, first of all, it's a full-service restaurant operated by MOGADOR. They have a restaurant in Manhattan. They have a restaurant in Brooklyn. They are very experienced. It's full service. We've given you the floor plans. We've given you the menu. Even at the last full board hearing, the community board said, we have no problem with the operator. There are no objections to the operator.
Who said that?
Mr. Booth said that.
Okay.
At the last meeting, before you. The 9th floor, all we are licensing is a full-service restaurant that has 72 seats, a bar with 9 seats, and a juice bar and a kitchen. There is a private members club, which is a health and wellness center, that is also on that floor, that is not part of the licensed space. No alcohol will be served there or consumed there. It is separate physically from the restaurant.
So there's no alcohol service in the private club?
That is correct. Now, the restaurant will be open to the public. Anybody that wants to go there has to pay. There are 2 ways of paying. Either you are a member of the wellness club and you are paying an initiation fee or annual dues, or if you are a member of the public, you are paying a cover charge. In my last letter to you from January, I highlighted the many times that the authority has said, consistent with case law, that a premises is open to the public if it is available to anyone by payment of a cover charge. And these applications have been before you for years. A $40 or $50 a day cover charge, you have ruled and approved applications, that is open to the public. So we are not writing on a clean slate here. That has been approved. And you'll recall the Net Hotel that we went through last year, Chair Fan, where the same issue came up.
I wouldn't bring that up.
Well, I just have to bring up the precedent. I understand that was a difficult application.
So the restaurant, however, is for profit?
Yes, yes, yes. And all of these applications where OP licenses have been approved with a cover are all for profit. They are not filed as private members clubs. Now,
So the private club is also for profit, and you're letting them, because they're members of the wellness, they have access to the for-profit restaurant as well without the cover charge?
That's correct, but they're paying a lot more because they're paying an annual dues. Correct. They're paying thousands of dollars a year for that access.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Now, which again is the same.
What was that?
I'm sorry.
Now,
This is not.
Yeah, okay, so if you're a member of the health club, you also get to use the restaurant.
correct.
Correct.
Still have to pay
Right?
for your food and
And
beverage.
the general public could come in up until 5 PM. They have to pay a cover charge.
No, we've changed that. They can come in, they always have to pay a cover charge.
Always, always.
Yes.
Anytime, any
Yes.
hour. Cover charge all the time, just to dine.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes,
All right.
yes.
Because I want
Now,
to ask you a question.
operationally, let me just discuss operationally that, and then we'll come to the rooftop. Operationally, this restaurant should not present, this 9th floor restaurant, which is completely indoors, should not present any, it's completely indoors. There's no outdoor space on that
I'm
floor.
having trouble hearing.
It says do not touch it, so.
Yeah, go ahead, please. I want to hear you.
Okay, all right. Okay? All right, so the operation of the ninth floor restaurant should not present any licensing issue. This is run by an experienced, sophisticated food and beverage operator. It is completely indoors. It is a total of 72 seats plus some bar stools. It has background recorded music only. We asked for the right to have a DJ for private events, but we would limit those to 20 a year, so that's less than two a month. That doesn't mean we will have a DJ, but we want the right to have it. Otherwise, background recorded music. It's closing at midnight every night. No promoters, no dancing. There is nothing about that space that should prohibit it from being licensed at all.
If it were just a standalone.
If it was just a standalone, correct. So then let's go now to the roof. On the roof, there are two separate components to the roof. One is a outdoor restaurant, an extension of what's on the ground floor. There is access between the ninth floor and the elevators. It's part of our lease to use that elevator, that freight elevator, and that's our elevator and stairs to bring food upstairs. That upstairs restaurant outdoors has a total of, I think, 41 seats. That's all.
I have 74. I read 74, which is correct.
I'm sorry, I'm not hearing you.
I read 74.
The total number of seats is 41.
So that sounds like 74 people.
I'm looking at the amended floor plan that we filed.
Okay.
So there should be 41 seats.
So
The legal occupancy could be 74 because under the PA permit.
They put 74 because that's the limit.
Legally,
I'm sorry. What is the limit then? Just because I want to get this number 74 out of my head.
It's 41
I
seats.
believe that legally, yes.
All right,
yes.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's 41 seats. Okay.
Yes, it's 41
In
seats.
the rooftop bar area.
Yeah, and there's no bar there. I want to be clear about that. Now, we had originally had wanted to have a bar there. Zoning does not permit an outdoor bar on the rooftop. We have removed it. There is no bar on the rooftop at all. The food and alcohol will come from the ninth floor.
That zoning, is there any, was that the zoning issue, the certificate of occupancy issue raised by the community board? Did it have to
That
be a
was
bar?
an issue raised by Kramer Levin. A lawyer from Kramer Levin had raised a zoning issue, and we don't dispute that. The bar has been removed.
Okay, does that solve, because there's going to be more arguments and more, I know there's more facets to this. Does that solve, does that solve their certificate of occupancy objection? Or does it not?
I think they may have other disputes on the paddle courts, that's separate, but I don't think there's any other issue on the food and beverage portion of the rooftop. That's legal, and I think filings have been made, so I don't think they're going to get final approvals until the space is all built out, but all the plans have been filed, they are all public. Now, operationally.
We're all good so far with zoning, with outdoor restaurant, 41 seats.
Okay, now, operationally, this rooftop will close, or I should say, end food and beverage service by 10 p.m. on weekdays, by 11 p.m. on weekends. There's no bar, there will be no music on the outdoor space. This is pretty much consistent with what we see in rooftops throughout Community Board 2.
What's the nearest rooftop to that place?
The nearest rooftop, there will be one on 39 Clarkson, which is 2 blocks away. How far is that? How far? 39 Clarkson. How far away? It's diagonally across. They,
What floor is that?
how high is that rooftop bar? It's lower.
Okay, it's lower
I
than.
think it's a smaller building. I think maybe 4 or 5. Yeah.
So your rooftop is the 10th floor?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
So
that
the
that
other
one.
one is it's close in proximity, but it's lower.
Yes. Yes.
Does that have a, that would not have a bar either, the zoning?
I believe the bar there, because we did that license application, I believe the bar is indoors. I don't think they have an outdoor bar. That rooftop has an indoor and outdoor restaurant, and it abuts a building, and I'm assuming there may be residents from that building that are here today.
Okay.
Now,
Could you see that building from this rooftop?
can you see that building from your rooftop, 39 Clarkson? You have to look over the parapet wall, look down.
But you could see it from the building.
That's what I'm being told.
Okay.
Okay. Now, as I said, operationally, the operation of this rooftop is not inconsistent with many other rooftop operations in the city. The hours are reasonable. They're pretty much what we negotiate with the community board. When we have outdoor spaces, we're not going to have any music, no speakers, no background music, nothing like that. There will be plantings along the parapet wall, along Greenwich Street, and it's relatively small at 41 seats. So consistent with other approvals.
Interrupt. Do you know how big the other rooftop is that's a couple blocks away?
Footage-wise, or?
Yeah, how
39
many,
Clarkson?
estimate?
If you guys can come up and say it into the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. Apparently you have to come up.
Yeah,
Just so we
you
can
know?
hear us.
No, I don't know.
Well, you don't know?
This is,
That's us.
What's on
Right,
the other
no, but it's right
rooftop?
here,
Why
right?
is it relevant?
I just want to know because there's, to me, it might be relevant because it's close by.
Is it a
you can see
residential
it.
rooftop?
Which one?
39, the bar.
Usually a corporate, it's a business building for some reason in the middle of a residential zone.
Right.
So the other
We're
rooftops.
zoned manufacturing.
I
Our
understand
building is
your
commercial.
building is zone manufacturing, but it happens to be right across the street from a lot of residents and everybody else is zone residential. So I think the other rooftop they're talking about could be a residential building, which.
No, it's commercial.
It's a commercial.
Yes.
It's a worked out situation, which is why it's not before the members. It was worked out with the residents.
Oh, well then.
So is that in the same?
But it's not a pedal ball court.
No, that's exactly right.
same block.
Yeah.
Is it in, I'm
It's-
sorry, I didn't mean to point. It's in your district CB2?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how many people, do you have any idea of the occupancy of that other place that's nearby? Just so I can,
You're doing the license, correct?
if you don't know, that's
I
a good
don't know the
answer.
answer to
Okay.
that question. It's in the manufacturing district, though. It's not in
Okay, all right,
residential
thank you.
district.
Yeah. I'm guessing it's maybe larger than our space. I think our space is
But you
smaller.
don't know.
I don't know. I could find out, but I don't know. So the rest of the roof and the majority of the rooftop, if you look at our floor plan, are 3 paddle courts that are separate from the outdoor food and beverage area that are accessible to members of the wellness club. That was never intended and never part of this license application. There's not going to be any alcohol served or consumed within those paddle courts. At your request, we did do a sound study. You know, Mr. Firestein has been here many times. He not only represents applicants, but at times represents residents opposing applications. Yes, sir.
Is there a time limit as to when people could play paddle ball? What's the deadline for paddle ball playing?
Paddle, it's a 1.5 hour reservation because it's
understand.
doubles.
The
The
last
last reservation is 9:30.
So they could play all the way till 11.
They can play and would have to leave the courts and
just
stop
for the-
playing at 11 and leave the courts
For
at
this
11.
record, it's paddle ball, not pickle
It's pickle. It's not paddle ball, it's pickle. And there's also,
I understand paddle ball, not pickle ball.
correct, it's
Right?
not pickleball. And there are different balls that,
No, he said 11. You said 11. The paddle ball stops at 11.
correct,
I just want to know that.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And there is also a way to exit the paddle courts at 11 without going through the outdoor rooftop, correct? So you can go from the interior of the paddle courts directly to the stairs or elevator to leave the building.
So
You don't have to go to the
interior
outside
paddle
area.
courts, what are they surrounded with? A fence?
They are all enclosed by glass.
Glass.
How high is the glass? 12 feet.
So we're in a glass rectangle, 12 feet high glass.
Yeah, and then there's a canvas
Canvas.
on top of that. Yes, go ahead.
So the 2 courts, the courts are, there's 3 courts, 2 are indoors and 1 is outdoors.
Okay.
Okay, the 2 courts indoors are surrounded, they have the courts themselves, which are partially glass and partially fence.
Yes, sir.
Then there's an enclosure, which covers both of those in one large enclosure, which is made out of heavy canvas
Yeah.
and a structural members to support that canvas.
Okay. And what about the third one?
The third one has, at the moment, it is simply a mesh to prevent balls from flying off the building.
But there's
It's
no-
so small, it has maybe 40% is glass and the remainder is open fence.
Okay, so essentially we have two within a glass bubble and one that's not within a glass bubble.
That's correct.
All right, so while the architect is here, I want to know where you are with your process. I know you have to leave soon, so let me get your input here. You've developed the plans?
They were fully approved, both the
Fully
alteration.
approved.
Fully approved,
You have to
alteration.
pull the permits?
Yep,
Have you started building?
that's correct.
You've started building.
That's correct.
How far along?
50%.
How much money has been spent?
I'm quite a bit, but
Have them step up, please.
the owner. Daniel? Around 7 million.
No comments from the audience, please.
All right. If you guys want to speak, you can come up here and get in a line. I will take evidence from everyone. Thank you for taking the time for coming here, but there's no back talking. Everybody talks to us. I read all your materials, so I know where you stand. I'm just allowing the testimony to come in, okay?
Yeah.
All right, so you are 50% done. When are you gonna be finished?
I would, do you have a
We have the
date?
gentleman step up.
It's shooting for 2025.
Did he step up?
End of 2025?
September.
September, October of this year.
September, October, okay. All right. Yes, they said $7 million has been spent.
Spent already.
That's correct.
All right.
So anyway, Mr. Firestein did his report. He did a sound study. He can address any questions you have. He analyzed people on the food and beverage portion of the roof and the paddle courts. In doing his study, he actually went to a paddle court in Brooklyn and recorded the sound of 4 people playing paddle. So he has some real scientific data here. This is not just theory or estimates. He has actually tested the level of sound of people playing just what's going to be playing on this roof. So he can address any questions you may have. But here's what this comes down to, because if you look at the 500-foot law considerations for the indoor 9th floor and the outdoor rooftop that has food and beverage, we satisfied all of the 500-foot law requirements, as the administrative law judge found after the 500-foot law hearing. And there's been a lot of attack about the judge's report. The community board submitted their letter, residents submitted opposition. He had everything, and he concluded that we met the public interest test. If you go through the considerations of the statute on the 500-foot law, there are only 3 licenses within 500 feet. So this is just barely a 500-foot rule matter. I think the closest is about 240 feet away of license that's been actually issued.
Wait, this is, and I know, I'm not trying to be silly with the question. This is Community Board 2, and you're saying there's only 3 other licensed within 500 feet?
That are issued,
And
correct.
in the report.
That's correct.
But there's over 2,000 in CB2, right? I've asked you this before. Okay.
But, you know, look, my argument is that the statute talks about licenses in proximity. I don't think that going all the way to the west side of Bowery, all the way down to Canal Street, which is what CB2 encompasses, is in proximity to this location. So if you look at all of these statutory considerations, we fall within the public interest test of the 500-foot law. So then what's the issue? What is the real issue in this
There are
application?
30 people behind you and 450 people that signed a petition saying they don't want
Correct.
this.
But what don't they want? They don't want the paddle courts.
Loud sound of the paddleboards.
Correct.
Which, let me ask Mr. Firestein. So can you come up, please, sir?
Can I just may I make one statement
No,
about that?
can you, I understand that, sir. This is not like tell a full story. There are a lot of people behind you. Let us just ask the questions that are relevant here. So you went and recorded paddleboard playing in Brooklyn and then did the test with that information?
Yes.
Okay, so have you considered that when there is perhaps a serious paddleboard tournament going on, and this is a rubber ball, so it's like hard hitting. You know, me playing is maybe kind of quiet, but if it's for professionals playing with cheering and crowds at the, supporting the teams, and is a tournament situation that the sound condition could be different. Did you consider that?
I considered, yes, all of that. I read the report from Cerami, the other consultant for the residents, and we roughly have the same conclusion, which is that the sound level from, he says, actually the combined source of people.
Speak up, please.
Paddles. Okay. What the residents consultant said and what I said are relatively similar, which is that he said that the combined sound from voices, the paddle hitting the ball, the ball hitting the court, the ball hitting the glass, combined will produce approximately 53 decibels, 53 in, let me check that. Yeah, 53 decibels on the A scale at 601 Washington.
At what? At what?
601 Washington Street. I don't consider that the most serious case. I think a more serious situation would have been to look at Hudson Street, 421 Hudson. And he found that the background noise outside is 54 decibels, 54. So 54 compared to 53.
Did you in your study, you in your study research the decibels at a paddle ball tournament with professionals playing and a whole bunch of people in the crowd? What is the decibels at such an event? Do you know?
What I didn't measure the sound of a tournament. I know what the sound level is of people.
Yeah.
I know what the sound level is of shouting. I know what the sound level is of 4 very hard-hitting PADEL players in Brooklyn are right on the court. Well, the bottom line is this. We roughly found the same thing. I found that the sound level.
You don't need to talk about the other person's report. Let's talk about based on your professional
On my report,
understanding
it shows that
Let
the
me
sound.
ask you this, just from your professional opinion.
Yeah.
This is not about the report. If we went to the US Open, we're in Arthur Ashe, crowds are cheering, tennis is being played. What is the level when people are cheering? What is the level? Just ballpark. This is for
Actually, I was interviewed at the US Open because of the vuvuzelas and all this other stuff that people were playing there, but I don't have that data in front of me. I don't remember what it was.
You don't remember, from your professional judgment, you don't remember what a crowd cheering sound is.
Well, I'm going to
You're
give
telling me, I mean, you've been doing this for 20 years, so you can't.
That's right.
Speak
That's
to
why I
what
have
that is.
records and I write things down. And I
Is your
don't want to give you
sound
a
person
decibel
here?
level that's incorrect,
Is your sound
Commissioner.
person here?
Our sound person, he said he could be available remotely. If needed.
Okay, I can't take testimony remotely, but try to call him and ask him that same question and see if you can get an answer.
On the Arthur Ashe and the crowd.
Yes.
I
just
note-
wanted for comparison.
Yeah, and I'll just note that we're above 60 decibels right now, just talking. So
We're
I have a
we're
sound
above
meter
what?
right now that-
We're above what? Did you just-
About 60.
We are at 60 decibels now.
He said
In this
53
room.
was his.
Okay, well, let me ask the expert this question then, sir. If 54 decibels, from which range, how far away from the courts?
He measured 54 decibels. I measured 55 decibels.
Gotcha.
I'm sorry, 57 decibels as a background noise. And as the PADEL noise,
Yeah.
the PADEL noise at that same location, I said it would be 38 as compared to the background noise of 44 indoors with a window fully open. 38 decibels, 6 decibels below the background noise.
Now, the gentleman just stated that we're at 60 decibels in here. Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
If you were standing 3 feet away from me and I was talking in the same tone of voice,
Right?
measuring at your ears, it would be approximately 65 decibels.
Okay, so I need you to now distinguish between what we're hearing here.
Yeah,
I'm using my ears, so
Yeah.
if I'm hearing approximately 60 decibels right now,
yeah.
why, if I'm on the roof, will their expert say 53 and you say 54 decibels? How does that work?
Okay, well, every time you subtract a decibel number by 10, so 54 compared to 44, it's half as loud at 44. And 34 would be half as loud as 44. So from 54 to 44 to 34 is half, another half, 1/4 as loud.
Right, but that's not my question is, if I'm hearing 60 decibels in here.
Yeah.
Please explain in your expert capacity how on the roof, it's 54 for you and 53 for the other. How are you both of you gentlemen coming to a decibel level that's less than what I'm hearing now?
It was very simple. The readings that we both took and the calculations that we both did assume that you're measuring the noise a long distance away, not 3 feet away from you or in this particular
Well,
room.
my first question then was, so what is that long distance away?
Well, in the case of 421 Hudson, it's over 100 feet. In the case of 601 Washington, which I also looked at the distance for, it's 90 feet away.
Okay, and what was the distance for their expert who came up with 53? Do you know what his distance was?
I don't know if he said what the distance was. He just said he measured at the corner of the terrace, outside terrace,
Okay.
which of course not the issue. The issue is what's going on indoors.
Right, but what is your distance? Am I correct, Mr. Bernstein? It's 120 Leroy Street or Leroy Street? How do you say it up here, down here?
Leroy,
Leroy, okay, all right,
yeah.
okay. They say it differently in different places, okay. All right, so, all right. So the example that, and I'm not saying that council made an example here, but he said 60 decibels, so that is almost irrelevant to how we're considering how
Yes,
we're measuring things on a rooftop, correct?
yeah, it's irrelevant.
Okay. That's a fair statement, right?
Yeah, it's irrelevant to compare the voices in here to the sound level of pickleball or a sound level of 74
I
people
have to ask
talking.
Because I'm very interested in the sound thing. It's important to me.
Yeah,
There was a gentleman here last time this case was here, you were not here. There was I think it was an elderly gentleman. And I asked him if the windows of his building open, and I didn't think they did. I don't know that answer. It doesn't matter today,
He
I
was
guess.
here, but he went to the doctor.
That gentleman is here, sir?
He was here, but he had to leave.
Okay, all right. Tell me the nature of the surrounding buildings, the closest building. What if any observations did you make in your analysis?
well, it's on page 3 of my report. I have heights and distances of all
I'm
these
talking
surrounding
windows.
buildings.
Are they places with open windows? Are they places like this building where you cannot open a what is the general character that you noticed?
I assume that windows are operable.
Okay,
I assume that they're openable, and I did my test based on the windows being open.
yes, sir. Okay. Oh, your test is based on the assumption that windows are open.
That's correct.
Okay.
The other test basically assumed that they're measuring on the roof, not inside someone's apartment. I don't like noise. I want to stop it.
This next question is not a joke, but it sounds a little jokey. How loud is Eli Nastasi when he's screaming and slamming his racket on the ground?
Depends where you measure it. If you put it 1 inch from his mouth, it could be 110 decibels.
In our measurement, the measurements that you used in this case, what would it be?
You mean 100 feet away?
Yeah.
Well, if someone is basically screaming, they can produce not 65, but maybe 95 decibels,
Okay.
3 feet away.
Okay.
Right? And when you reduce that distance by 30 decibel, you reduce the sound by 30 decibels by going 100 feet away, it's going to be 95 minus 30
So
outside.
So in a tantrum moment, it could be higher, but that diminishes every 100 feet. Is that what your testimony is? Your statement is rather?
Can you get closer to the microphone?
Oh, okay. That's
You asked me.
Okay, I got you. All right, okay. So So if someone on this paddle's roof has a tantrum, it could be up to 90 decibels, but that diminishes by 30 if you're over 100 feet away. Is that what you just told us?
At least, and there's other factors as well.
Okay, now, last question, and I think everyone up here wants me to be
That's
quiet.
assuming no glass walls or barriers.
Okay, everybody wants, and that would make a difference too, right?
Oh, of course.
And everybody here wants me to stop, so I'm going to ask you this last question, if I can remember it now.
Yeah.
How far away are the closest adjoining buildings?
The closest affected building, in my opinion, is the printing house building, 421 Hudson, a previous client of mine.
Okay, how far away?
Well, 103 feet to the nearest windows, 103.
So what would be the decibel diminishment from 54 decibels, 100 feet away to that building?
Indoors, 38 decibels.
Okay. And outdoors?
Outdoors, it would be approximately 49.
49 decibels.
Yes.
So the sound would be heard somewhat less than how we're hearing ourselves right now, correct?
Approximately 1/3 is loud.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay.
And the ambient noise would be even louder, which would tend to mask the sound.
My questions regarding your sound study are, I think I'm satisfied with the inquiries that I had, but I'm sure I'll hear from them as well.
Okay. I would like to tell you more about what the noise code requires. Very simple. Both reports say it. The code has a section 24.218, which is called unreasonable noise. And it defines and gives specific examples of what's called impulsive noise in 241.18, paragraph B, section 3.
Is impulsive noise like the tantrum noise? I was calling it
No,
tantrum
no,
noise.
no, no.
Okay.
It could be, but it's basically when you would have an impulsive sound like a pop from a tennis ball or a pickleball or a paddle ball,
Okay.
right? Or a gunshot. And that sound cannot be 15 decibels or more greater than the ambient noise. And since the absolute minimum ambient noise that both consultants measured was going to be louder than the paddle ball noise, it's not only not 15 decibels or more above, it's 1, or in my case, 6 decibels below the ambient noise, and therefore clearly meets the code requirements for what is a specific situation, impulsive noise. That's the bottom line. You're welcome.
All right, thank you.
I would like to just address one last point, and then others obviously will want to speak. And that is what I just said before you were asking Mr. Firestein his questions. The real issue here is PADEL. It reminds me of when Tim Russert held up the
Sir, let me
sign.
ask you a question. When are they actually ready to open?
I'm told September or October of this year. But Chair Fan, if I can just please address this one point.
Okay, sir, you understand that this is a temporary permit application. Even if we say yes today, you're not ready to open to issue the 6-month temp. You will not meet the conditions actually opening before the first temp will run out in September, which means that you shouldn't have filed for a temporary permit because you're not ready to open. So
we can file for a temp permit. That doesn't mean we have to pick it up if we get approved.
Yeah, but you can't renew it by the time you
Let
are
me
actually
clarify.
ready to,
No.
don't change your answers because I asked you multiple times when you're ready to open. You said October, now you're September.
All right, let me clarify. The paddle courts will not be open till September or October. The food and beverage space will be available by early August. So we can file.
By early August, this actual application will be ready for review at this board. So I actually think procedure-wise, this issue is moot because there's no reason why we should issue a temp that you cannot actually pick up before the actual license comes already.
When we were here last time, my first statement was, all we are here is on the temp permit application. Chair Fan, you said that we should consider everything so we don't have to come back. That is why we addressed all of the issues
But
I was
am
under the
realizing now
assumption,
that you're not actually going to be ready to open, and according to the residents' evidence, you're not even ready to open, and that no money is being spent, and that this is just a game to put us.
Sure, Fan, that's
into a
a
difficult
silly
position.
argument they're making. That's just a silly argument. The money's been spent, the construction's being done. We have applications, we file an application, we file for a temp permit. If the application is approved before we need the temp permit, we don't pick up the temp permit. If the temp permit is approved and we're not open yet, we wait until we're ready to open and we pick up the temp permit.
You can call me silly, but
No,
I
I'm
don't
not
think
calling you
people
silly. I think
behind
the
you
arguments that they're
this is a
making are silly.
exercise, because otherwise 30 people wouldn't show up and sit here trying to
Well-
find out what's going to happen to their homes.
Let me address that point, if I may, and then I'm finished.
You've spoken a lot, so let's let this
Please let
gentleman
me just
speak.
address the paddle courts. This is a critical.
I already know enough about the paddle courts. I've heard more than I need to know about the rubber balls. I really.
I'm not
do.
talking about that part of it. I'm talking about it in the context of licensing. And my final point is that whatever issues and complaints they have about the paddle courts, this is not the right forum for it. It is not licensed space. They can go to DOB, they can go to other agencies. We have permits for those courts as of right. They are going to open whether or not we get a license. They are going to be there. Those courts, unlicensed space cannot be regulated by this authority.
It's your
This is not the
choice
right
to
forum.
include all of this into the application.
We are not
And
including it in the
Also amend
application.
your application to only include the 9th floor, which wouldn't have caused all this drama.
Well-
So that's your choice to do it this way.
Yes.
But I'm telling you that I'm not issuing a temp for a place that actually will not start operating until the flu application
Okay,
comes.
then I can tell you, we will, as much as it's harmful to my client, we will not license the rooftop. We'll only license the indoor 9th floor.
All right, you can't amend it, so I'm going to deny the temp. And you can amend your application if you want to.
Okay?
And the application, as far as we know, should be here in about 4 months. And we'll do our best to try to address it before you're ready to open.
So you want to,
I need to understand something. Does that mean, I'm asking counsel, it's denied without prejudice? In other words, it's
No,
not,
we're
doesn't
just
sound like
denying
it's
the
right.
temp. It's got
The temp
nothing to do
permit.
with prejudice, not prejudice. This is the temp permit only.
Okay.
The actual license is still not in front of us today.
although I would say we've met the statutory requirement for the temp permit with the ALJ report. That's what's required.
Can I speak for a moment on this item?
Yeah.
Because this
we-
was referred to the members not for this reason. The reason that this was referred was Commissioner Hughes originally denied the license and licensing. And it was there was a reconsideration based on the membership club aspect and whether a daily fee absolves it from being a members club. That is why it came before the members.
I get it, but
There's
you're
an
gonna
email
lose on
from.
that point. You're gonna lose on that point. I wouldn't go
But
on
hold
that point.
all of the examples, this is all of the examples that were provided in the January submission from the applicant. All of those private members clubs, the whole facilities are open to the public. In this particular case, they are only providing access to a small portion of the private members club.
So wait a minute, if that's your objection, then
No.
are you
Yeah.
saying then that we could let in anybody and play, and then it's okay?
But that's.
Your objection doesn't seem to jive with what I think the neighbor's objection will be.
Well, that's a separate issue.
Okay.
If you look at if your questions to be considered on the memorandum that's before the members today, there is no question. And that was the error on the
You don't need
memorandum.
to come up and tell me what I need to be considering. I have already considered it.
Well,
I'm not
it's-
bringing it up for a reason, right? So don't.
But it was
assume that I
referred to
don't
the
know.
members because it was denied initially. That's why it was referred to the members. And there's an email from Commissioner Hughes specifically saying that.
All right, well, we currently have one vote. One vote is to deny the temp. So we are now at Commissioner Mayo with what he wants to do.
Okay, but
This issue is important because it's previous to the temp. You can issue no license out without that resolution. And you were actually the ones who pointed out to me, said you had plenty of time to issue or argue the relevant points. And that's why if you go back through the materials, which I spent a lot of time doing it, Commissioner Hughes' email to the applicant was the only reason this is going to the members is because the underlying question, is this the right license?
Okay,
I
Commissioner,
know, but they also have a right to update their application, so.
Commissioner Mayor, how would you like to?
I'm just gonna,
Do they have a right to keep changing the application? I'm just asking these questions.
Yes, they do.
Without just to take off, I mean, when they came, they said, they described it as a premises of the private members club with spa and restaurant. Now they've removed the spa, which was what part of the public interest was.
Part of the application process is to work with the applicant to ensure that they are fully compliant. That is part of the application process. People make many changes during that process so that we can make sure that the ABC law is followed. So that is part of the AB. That is. And if we proceed as we follow.
You're at the podium.
Yes.
I guess it's up to the chair if you're going to talk. My clarification to council, I want to know exactly what I'm voting on before I vote.
The temporary permit.
The temporary for the whole space, sir, or the temporary where we're not going to consider, what are you doing?
No, no, they can't amend it.
Oh, they
here.
can't amend it. They can't amend it here.
What's the question? So we are.
There's no question.
Excuse me. So the question was more of a procedural, like what's going on, what we're voting. He was confused. So you can't change the application now for the temp. You can change the application for the main license, but for the temp, you can't say we're going to remove.
No, I understand. So we're going to, just to be clear, we're going to amend the application.
You can
which
work
will
with
include an
licensing to do
amendment
that.
of the temp permit application and the permanent application.
You can work with licensing to do that, and then when the main license finally gets to the full board,
We will have seen that you've done that. Excuse me, Mr. Rowe.
If it's-
So I'm expecting in some future time, I'm going to see that sometime after today, you withdrew the paddle courts from your application right now. Is that what you're saying to me?
We're going to remove the rooftop.
The
rooftop dining.
Okay, then I will, if that's the presentation of what I'm determining, I will say yes on the temporary.
Well, but it's still denied.
Okay, yeah, I understand
Without
that.
prejudice to file and refile for a temp permit as well.
Insofar as they remove the paddle courts.
The
Paddle courts were never
application,
part of the application.
it should be assigned to an examiner in about a month. And that is the time where you can amend the application and remove the rooftop, and then it'll
Before
probably.
then, right?
Right, by then. And then it will be the main application should be forwarded to the members after that. So depending on how quickly we can get this completed, it'll be forwarded to the members. I'm thinking generally probably about 3-4 months for the main application to come back to the members.
Okay, we'll have the file next week.
You're asking about a temp
And all the facts have changed.
Your main
So the
application
500-foot rule
with your
where the
amendment.
facts are gathered is thrown out.
No, it'll come back.
Yes, if we need to go back, we will go back. We can, at that point, we can, if we
I have a
need
procedural
to.
question. Excuse me. I have to ask a question about what.
The 500-foot,
So I just want to be clear.
facts of the 500-foot law is not thrown out in this because they still apply to the main application.
But they can't get the temp of the plan.
This authority has the right, it does not have to adhere to the 500-foot ruling. And this is all smoke and mirrors. And Chair Fan called it right on the head when she asked you directly, is this a private members only club? It's what you build it as. Casa Cipriani is at the forefront here. We have famous restaurant groups. This is a private club, no doubt about it. And this has all been smoke and mirrors. This application was originally submitted a year ago. The community has been asking for over a year. Let us see your plans. Let's have some transparency. Nothing. There was nothing submitted. In fact, the community had to spend dollars out of their own money to hire an expert to pull the plans from DOB. And lo and behold, if you look at page 9 of my March 6th opposition, you'll see exactly what they're trying to build there. It is a open air paddle stadium. 3 courts. They want to have tournaments, professional paddle players. There's going to be spectators on the roof. And they've admitted that they can bring alcohol up. There will be people drinking, bringing obviously drinks from the restaurant on the lower level, etc. And so what we have here is an issue of noise, and that is at the forefront here. There's a number of issues, and I want to streamline this for the authority's benefit.
Your issue seems to differ a little bit from what I heard today from the community board.
No,
That's my statement, but okay. So
You'll hear from Mr. Carter Booth, who spoke but didn't identify himself.
Technically, the vote's already ended. We've had a vote. It's been cast. So depending on how much.
So the temp has been denied. The applicant may or may not decide after this vote to continue. I'm not making any promise that even if they take it off, that this is going to get voted, because I understand the residents' objection here. And we have a letter from the senator who I know really well and very highly respect, and he does not get involved unless he really feels strongly about it. Brian and I have been friends for over a decade. Deborah Glick, also very well respected in the community and does not like to stop businesses from operating, also opine that she does not support this application. So you got 2 strikes against you, really, really seriously. And this private club, not private club entry thing is not getting decided today. I understand that you think that's where we hang our hat on. I'm not sure if this board and this agency is ready to go to court on that, because there are a lot of other precedents that have to do with entry fees and whatnot. And there's just movement in the world in this area that is beyond my control.
All right.
Sir,
And
I
yes,
apologize to you. Can I just have your name? Is that your co-counsel?
this is my co-counsel. My name is Massimo D'Angelo.
Okay.
I'm from the firm Blank Rome. And this is William Pekarsky, my colleague.
William Pekarsky. Okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome. And so if I mean, I understand from Mr. Roper that the record is still open, although there's a vote that's been had.
So the main app for the main license application, so the record's closed for the temp because the vote's been cast.
It's denied.
All right, but for the main license application, there's still time to submit opposition and whatever.
Sure.
And if the application changed so significantly that we need to go back to the 500-foot hearing, I invite all of you to monitor that. And they may have to come to community board again. And at that time, there could be another opportunity for you guys to actually hear what the residents are saying to you. I think it's not genuine that after you guys took months to have a conversation, you came back with my hours are the same, my business plan is the same. You didn't even give one moment or 1 hour of your paddle court time. I mean, if I were you, I would offer maybe 10 p.m. because that's the musician limit. Like, do something reasonable so that people will welcome you. Because probably all your potential clients are also sitting here. These are people that are living in your neighborhood. And so if you're not even trying to welcome these 450 people as your residents, I don't see how your business is going to survive. I really don't. Like, I see this all the time. Like, I have seen how many businesses trying to be a private club and fail. Mr. Bernstein is here. How many has he argued? Telling me, oh, 40, 50 buck works. And then what? You get the license and then the business fails. There's no point. Like, convincing me that's not a win. That's just the beginning of the start. Is these 450 people that you actually need to convince you to welcome you to their community.
And I think that's I'm sorry.
This is not helpful. This is a waste of their time. So I ask you to go back, redo the application, and go back to community board, and you guys chair this, mediate this as best you can. And we will revisit
Mr.
this.
D'Angelo, you said what were you about to say?
There's an important point that we need to address on misrepresentation on the sound export
Okay, that's
report.
next time. That's next time.
Well, their sound export went into an enclosed facility.
Well, you can dispute that.
That's next time. That's a battle of the experts. You know that.
Yes.
Okay? All right. Is there any, have you talked to Mr. Bernstein?
I did briefly this morning.
Are you two trying to
We
work this out?
will talk, but the only way to work this out, because they don't have the FAR rights to build any sort of enclosure, so even if they want to build a bubble over it, they can't do it.
I'm not talking about
They have to put
I
it
said
inside.
bubble. I know what a bubble is.
Yeah, so-
I called it a bubble, but it's not a bubble, I think, in the technical sense.
Well, they are proposing something akin to that.
Okay.
And this paddleball, there's not a whole lot of literature in the US.
That's the next time. Let's, for
Yeah,
now,
but there are lots of
Mr. Bernstein.
YouTube videos of professional pedalboard. Let's all search professional pedalboard, and then you tell me how loud that is.
With the
Tell
crowds.
me if you want that across the street from where you are living.
And that's not even bringing in the lights. They have to have floodlights up there.
I'm going to tell you
The
something.
glass
I hear a lot
wall
of basketball.
actually, it just bounces and create more noise.
It is a constant gunshot noise.
Just telling you, I don't hear too much from across the street right now, and I know there's not a paddleball on the roof, but I guarantee you, if we looked out and saw people playing paddleball right across the street, we would not hear them as loudly as you hear me. Period. I think your experts are almost in agreement on that.
Actually, they're not. Their expert is
53, okay.
All right.
is in direct contravention to what he says. In fact, he says with the crowds and the spectators, it's going to get up to 80 plus.
All right. We voted. The temp has been denied. I appreciate you, sir, from Blank Rome, and I appreciate all the work that you put into this. I know this is a lot to manage, so this is an unfortunate situation, but I highly respect the residents and the living quality of your homes. So
Thank you.
Thank you. So the community members will not be heard today.
No, because the
no,
votes
we already voted.
They already voted. I mean, you got what you wanted, right? We got you what. So
Thank you.
The temp's been denied, but that wouldn't have stopped the main license application. So you probably would have came back for the main license application anyway. I mean,
It's up to you.
it's up to
There
you.
there will probably be another community board meeting. You can go to that.
We have your names. We have all the stuff that was submitted. That's all part of the record.
There are a lot of mysteries that were said.
That's fine. We can cover all that when it comes back.
Yeah. There is an issue that the panel should be aware of, that there is an issue. It goes by 609 Greenwich and 120 Leroy. So if you look it up on the State Liquor Authority on the map to see where things are, one renders closer proximities than the other address.
Thank you. Thank you.
We gotta move on to the next application.
Thank you.
Yep, and I appreciate all your written submissions. We read everything,
Thank you.
so we know how you feel.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Y'all shake hands?
All right.
All right.
Just giving some time to have everyone exit. And if you guys are going to have conversations, just please move outside so we can continue with the meeting.
That helps your case.
All right. I think we're mostly good. Next is going to be 58K. It's a request for a declaratory ruling, Bevsign LLC.
What number?
58K.
All right, everybody, I'm sorry that took so long. 58K. Oh, yes.
Hi.
Who are you?
Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Levin. I'm the principal of Bevsign LLC.
If you could speak up, for some reason I'm having trouble hearing people today. Just,
My name is Daniel Levin.
okay,
I am the principal of Bevsign LLC.
thank you, sir.
Okay, great. So this is a declaratory ruling for Bevsign to give retailers digital displays to be used to advertise for alcoholic beverages, right?
Well, we're not giving displays. We're loaning displays to off-premise retailers. And,
Okay.
Right.
How much do these displays cost, each one of them?
It depends on the size of a display, but they range from, let's say, $300 to potentially $2,000.
Okay. So you're asking for this declaratory ruling because,
Well, we submitted, my attorney submitted documentation. I was told that, I was advised to show up to answer any questions. But essentially, we're trying to figure out if this is And there have been other precedents of things that have been approved or denied in the application with regards to whether or not this violates the Gifts and Services Act.
Okay. And this is only digital displays, right? It's not anything else? Because if it involves like other types of displays, like it wouldn't necessarily fly, but because we amended 86.4 to include digital displays, if you're telling me that it's only digital displays.
Only digital displays.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to vote in the affirmative to and decide that Bevsign, it's not violating Rule 86.4 in the event that they are loaning digital displays to off-premise retailers for purpose of alcohol beverage ads.
Commissioner Maya.
I agree with the chair, so I affirmative on the same basis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Next is 58C, Family Negocio Court, TBA the last call. 58C. Family Negocio.
So I thought that this was held over. We had a conversation about this.
Oh, yeah, okay.
What happened?
Give 58B, 58B.
C as in cat.
You said D?
C as in cat.
Oh,
No.
It is.
okay.
Which one is that?
Okay, all right, we'll call it again.
Next,
58C, we're calling again?
I'm not ready to like decide this.
next is 14, Woodland Pond Inc.
14?
14.
All right,
You put your name, I'm sorry.
My name is Michelle Gramolia, and I'm the president and CEO of Woodland Pond at New Paltz.
Thank you.
this is a club license?
Yes,
What is the nature of this location?
a retirement community.
Oh, I see, okay. And so you have an ABC officer?
Yes,
And your ABC officer right now is, what's the name?
mine.
Oh, you,
It is now, yes.
okay. Tell me your name again?
Michelle Gramolia with a G.
Okay. So this person that was part of the failure to notify was terminated before the incident happened.
Yes, so she was terminated in June and got a DWI, I think, at the end of September, but she was no longer in our employment, so we didn't report it. We were still working through switching the ABC officer over. It obviously takes time. And then the liquor authority notified us that she had gotten
So
the DWI.
the termination is not related to the DWI. It was for something else.
Okay.
No, is it?
Is
She's
it?
asking.
No, it's related to the DWI.
Wait, but she didn't have the DWI till
They didn't
September
do it
30th.
until September.
Right.
So you supposedly terminated her in June.
We did. But she was still on as the ABC officer because the application to change the ABC officer takes time.
Okay, wait, what we're trying to find out is, she was terminated before her DWI.
Yes, correct.
So therefore, she was terminated for a reason that has nothing to do with the DWI that didn't happen yet.
Correct.
Okay, oh, that's the. that
So
was-
why was she terminated?
For inappropriate relations with another staff member.
Okay.
Okay. That's your answer, right?
That's exactly what happened. I could go into detail, but I prefer not to.
No, it's okay, because we
really
just
not
asked you, was she terminated because of the DWI, and you
No.
said yes.
No, she was not terminated because of the DWI.
Okay, but she was already terminated by the time the DWI happened?
Yes,
Okay,
for a few months.
all right, so I'm gonna accept a letter of warning. Have you since change your ABC officer to yourself?
Yes, it's confirmed.
Okay.
Commissioner Mayo?
Yes, sir. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thanks for
Thank you
coming
very
here.
much.
I'm sorry you had to wait so long.
It's okay.
Next is 31 K&L Manor Corp.
31.
31.
Say it.
Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Agard, the representatives for K&L Manor.
All right, so you want to keep kicking this down the road?
Yes, if we can.
What do you want to do? So the applicant was arrested in the meantime and she didn't notify us. Did they put the temp in safekeeping?
We still have the temp.
You didn't put the temp in safekeeping?
No, I don't believe they have, no. Matter of fact, I think it's probably expired, if anything.
Did it get reissued? Is she serving? Is she serving alcohol?
It's probably just expired, I believe, about 10 days ago, and they shouldn't be. They haven't had any events since then.
It's a catering license.
Having an issue opening up something here. Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
And you don't know the likelihood of the outcome of the court date? What's the court date for?
It's, I think it's May 2nd or May 3rd, the early part
It
of
says May
May.
6th in your glider, but is it a determination or is that just more time to kick the ball down?
No, that's going to be the actual date, yeah. Yeah, plea date, yeah. Mhm.
She's pleading to a felony?
No, she's going to be pleading not guilty. She's pleaded not guilty, and they intend to have it proven at that point.
Temp expired February 25th. It has not been renewed.
February 25th, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so tell your client, make sure she's not serving because her term has expired and we're not going to renew it. Don't
Okay.
apply for it.
Mhm.
On your word, I'm going to hold this over on to 5/14.
Okay.
But at that point, you've got to have a determination of
Yeah,
some sort.
understood.
And if she's convicted of a felony,
It's done. Yeah,
exactly.
we understand. Okay.
All right.
Sorry, can I just ask, you said she intends to enter a not guilty plea.
No, in other words, we expect this to be settled and finished and over with. Yeah, at that point. Yeah. Mhm.
May
Okay.
14th, Commissioner Mayo?
Yes, sir.
May 14th.
Okay. All right. Thank you very
May
much.
14. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Trouble opening it up.
Next is 38 GPP Hospitality LLC.
Could you just wait 1 second? I'm having a computer lock here, so. Give me a second to go to the other, I saved it, I backed it up.
Has the family has family appeared? Are they ready? Wait. Family negocio? Okay, just wait after this and then I'll call you again.
Good afternoon, members.
Sorry, let me just, what happened to 58C?
They're here now, but I just called them.
Could you wait, because I've got to
Yeah, we've got a
reboot,
computer
I've got to reboot.
We're gonna go on a brief
I'm having an
recess.
issue. Yeah, that's
Sorry.
fine. Oh, we're having an issue.
All right, we're back on the record after a brief recess. I had called number 38, GPP Hospitality LLC.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Bert Levine. I'm the attorney of record for GPP Hospitality LLC. And to my right is the principal, Jonathan Erickson of GPP Hospitality LLC.
All right. God, now my computer doesn't work.
Yeah,
It's
mine,
not
I had
working.
to crash the Adobe and turn it back on. So what is your name?
My name is Bert Levine.
Okay, I'm sorry. No, it's on here.
I have it.
Should be on here.
I have it on my hard
Yeah,
drive,
Bert
so. All right, here we go. All right, so Greenpoint Public House Community Board submitted a letter saying that they recommend denial by unanimous vote. And they said that it's because you failed to appear.
Can I address that, Madam
Oh,
Chair?
no, now they have met with the applicant, and then they're still in opposition.
Well, they didn't meet with me. They met with my client. But what happened was, we were never notified of a secondary meeting. We came originally the end of March, I believe. We presented our case. It's a transfer of ownership. There's been a licensee in that premises for more than 25 to 30 years.
And since 1950.
Well, I don't know if it was the same licensee, but the party that we bought it, bought the premises from and are leasing the premises. I believe it was one and the same though.
Okay.
In any event, they've always had a 4 a.m. closing. All we asked for when we sat down at the meeting that we attended at the community board initially was for the same closing hours and the same opening hours. There were 5 people that were present on behalf of the board at that time, the committee. 2 of them assured us at the end of the meeting that there's no problem. 2 others were against it. One of them saying, well, I live in the immediate proximity of the location, and therefore I'm against a 4 a.m. opening, or closing, I should say, I'm sorry. Well, because one person is against it, who lives there, I think there's a conflict of interest. But we're not
That was
raising
not a
that.
conflict of interest. That's exactly what community boards are supposed to do. Especially if they're an immediate neighbor. I mean, you want more immediate neighbors to say no?
But this is,
It's
Madam
not a
Chair,
conflict of interest. It's like you live right there, therefore your quality of life doesn't matter. That's
no,
exactly
it certainly does, and I wasn't intending for that to be taken as their quality of life doesn't occur. It's just that under the circumstances here, I have a client that's spent a considerable sum of money on a location. He's been in the business
It
for a
says
long.
$70,000. To me, that's not $7 million
It's all
like the
over.
variable prior.
It's.
Are you telling me you spent more than what's in your application now?
It's gone up considerably, yes.
Okay, well, did they renew their temp?
It's gone up because we're putting in a sound prevention system, Madam Chair.
Do you have a temp already?
Yes,
Is it
we've had a
May
temp,
24?
we've had a temp since July.
Okay.
We've been renewing it every month. We've been.
You don't need to renew it every month. You can renew it every 3 months, sir. And the temp has been issued since May.
Yeah.
That's what record I have.
And me too.
Correct.
May of 24.
Yeah. So we've been open and operating since that time.
So-
We haven't had any complaints. This is not a raucous bar. This is a man trying to make a living. He's going and doing everything that we've applied for, and that we're doing whatever we're supposed to be doing.
You want to go back to the community board, sir? You're telling me that you didn't go and that only your client went. Do you want another opportunity?
What happened, here's what happened. I was away. The community board,
Can
I
I
first-
interrupt you respectfully? Why don't you go back to the community board, both of you? See if you can get this whole thing worked out, and make it easy for everybody else.
we're willing, but the community board has indicated to us that they're not going to accept a 4 AM closing. I don't think that's fair, very frankly, when our predecessor had a 4 AM closing. And it's not, this is
Neighborhoods
not,
change, neighbors change. It's every licensee. I mean, you're also new or not new to this. You can agree to a shorter hour now, and then if nothing happens in a year, you can come back for longer hours. No one is entitled to a 4 AM license, especially not in CB1 in Brooklyn.
The gentleman wants to talk.
Oh, I just need to clarify that point. I've never met with the community board independently. We've only gone once together. That's it. I've never met with the community board by myself.
Would you take 2 AM?
You said he didn't go. Did you go or not
no,
go?
initially
Initially,
in March, we attended the community board meeting. At that point of time, nobody really gave us a hard time. Everybody said, this is okay. There's been a client, not my client, but there's been somebody in that location for close to 40 years.
Yeah, I get it. I understand.
I understand that, but I feel like there's confusion here because
The confusion, I can explain it.
Let me speak. When in the latest document that they sent us, or what they told our staff, is that they met with you, and in December they sent a letter saying December of 24. So it's between March and December that they are saying they met with you. If they didn't meet with you, then that's not accurate. And I would have my staff call them and say, the applicant said they didn't meet with you. We would like for you to allow them to come back and meet and talk about 4 AM.
May I speak and I can explain that?
Please.
We did not get, they certainly didn't send the letter because I never received a letter. They claimed they sent an email to me in December. I never received the email. When I told them that, they said to me, oh, maybe it went into spam. We don't send letters. That's not the way I've dealt with Community Board 1 in all the years I'm practicing. My office is within Community Board 1.
Everybody has gone electronic now, sir. I don't know what happened, but if they told me that they met with you and they're still in opposition, I felt like that was a step that happened. There was a conversation. You're telling me, and I am taking your word for it, that the conversation didn't happen. So I'm going to give you some time to go back and talk to them. And if you need our help, we can say that we asked you to open the door again and have a conversation with them. You're telling me that you didn't meet with them. I mean, I'm
proper meeting, there was
trusting
not
you.
another meeting.
There was only the initial meeting when we presented our case to them in March.
I'm gonna just read what I have. So maybe if you go back, we could help. Their December 12th letter says you weren't there.
It's true. At December 12th, I wasn't even in the country.
Okay? You might see where I'm going with this. Their December 10th letter says you weren't there. And I'm going right to the next letter. And their April 11th letter, let me double check that. That's unclear. That might be as a result of that March thing you're talking about. So I know the confusion doesn't really even matter, okay? If you want to go back and talk to them, you could go talk to them. Else, would you do a 2 AM and come back and this is, I'm new here, okay? I don't know what the chair would like to see, when the chair would like to see someone come back.
Yeah, I'll do 2 AM.
But if it's 2 AM and you come back in a year and you've had a perfect place, I don't know what the community board could say that would be a bad thing for you. Okay? So what do you want to do today?
We prefer the 4 AM. I'd like to, I have a reasonable case. We have no trouble. We have no
Then why don't you go
problem.
back and see the community board and come back?
It's up to my client to make his decision. He's the one that's
You
spending
can
the
either
money
take
on
2
this.
a.m. today, or you can go back there, and if it's still no, you're still gonna get 2 a.m., but
Let's do that
So go
We're gonna accept the 2 AM
today.
today.
What's it again?
No. Your man wants to go talk
You
to the
wanna go
board.
talk to him again? Will you?
Yeah, I think we should try it for 4 a.m. We've
Okay.
had any problems.
Yeah, no, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah. We have a
Uh-huh.
clean
We
operation.
don't have any complaints, and I don't want you to give
That was
up your
part of the business
right.
plan. I mean, that's why
There
we
you go.
bought the business.
Okay.
Okay.
So over to when? I'm sorry.
It's over to May 14.
May 14th.
If you need more time, just call us and we'll keep kicking it. And if you
May
need
I have a-
us to help
I have a
with the
question if I
conversation
may.
with them, we have a contact with them, and our director can call them and say they didn't get to come back, they want to come back, and have that conversation, okay? If they won't put you on the agenda, let us know.
And you're supposed to be a choir boy now.
I'm sorry? Oh, of course. Yeah, we do. Yeah.
May I
All
ask
right,
a question? Can I keep,
Probably to the chair,
can-
because I'm not good at
can-
questions.
Madam Chair, can we keep applying for a temporary?
Yes.
Thank you.
So are you asking for, I can see that you and I are having a conversation.
I saw you, yeah. Raise your eyes, yeah.
Are you asking for our agency to reach out?
Yes.
We would appreciate that, yeah. We have no problems.
No,
We've
you
had a-
try first.
Oh,
You
I
do
mean, who-
your
is there a
work.
contact
You
we
try
should try?
first. If they say no, then come back to us and
Go
we
to the
will
board
do it.
first.
Okay?
And if you don't hear anything,
Wonderful.
then
Yes,
let us
and
know.
check your email.
Okay.
All right,
yeah.
thanks.
Thank you.
Can I be added to that email?
I don't know. You have to ask your lawyer.
All right.
By all means.
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks.
Appreciate it.
What email are we talking about?
The email to the community.
Next is 58C, Family Negotio Corp. Is DBA the last call? 58C, as in cat.
C. Just give me a second, Mr. Roper. Still slowed up here. Excuse me. Wait 1 second, I'm having issues. Okay, I got it working again.
What number are we?
58C, I'm ready.
As in cat.
All right, so
Can you put your names on the record, just like who's here?
Yeah. This is Nicole Tada representing Mariko Jimbo at Family Negocio Corp. And I also have Camilo here, who's the manager of the business, and Mariko's partner. Oh, Samuel. And Samuel's the other partner at Family Negocio.
have you reviewed the document that we prepared in preparation for this hearing?
That's correct. Yes.
You have seen it?
Yeah, we did.
So you're aware that a temp was granted to the licensees and that they were told that they were to close no later than 12 a.m.
That is correct.
and outdoor close by 10 p.m. and 11. No outdoor music, recorded background music only, no live music, no DJ, no karaoke, or no dancing. However, since then, we received complaints that they were opened until at least 1:30 a.m. and that DJ was playing music and patron was dancing, no food service, and alterations were made to the establishment. Do you accept those facts? Is that what happened?
Yes.
Okay.
But what happened?
Step up, sir.
Okay.
And just, I've said this to others, just speak up.
Okay. So what happened is that precisely that day, it was a birthday party.
Okay.
So there was a big group that was celebrating, and then they started with the music, they started dancing, but we've been trying to close by midnight since we got the last recommendation. And on top of that,
we sell food always till midnight, and we try to keep the noise as low as we can. I wanted to know that that place before we took over was Huckleberry's Bar that had been there for a decade basically, had speakers all over the roof, and that Huckleberry's paid for sound insulation. So the place is completely soundproof. The neighbors upstairs never call us. The neighbors from next building, we did sound tests with them. The music at the highest volume in the bar never went up.
Why did this all happen?
Pardon?
Why did this all happen? Why did it? Thank you for saying yes when the chair asked. Something happened that you shouldn't have been doing. Why? Why did it happen?
Why? Sorry, I don't understand.
Why do you agree to let that party happen that night?
Because they made a reservation to have dinner and celebrate. They brought balloons, they brought confetti, you know, so, and I wasn't there to control that situation.
Who brought the DJ?
The party. Sometimes we are trying to use vinyl, and sometimes customers come.
You did inform on the public interest that you would be renting out the establishment 1 to 4 times a year as well. So that was one of the parties that.
Yeah, we weren't aware of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you the one who's also planning Tokyo Jazz Night with live musicians?
Yeah, we were aware of the live music, and that happened just with that trumpeter, and now we are aware that we are not supposed to have that type of live music.
Ma'am, have you looked at their Instagram yourself?
Last time I presented myself here in front of you. I stated that we were unaware of the type of establishment that they were running at the time. We asked them to discontinue everything at once. According to what we spoke about last meeting, that was what they were going by. I did understand that they were going to be renting out the establishment 1 to 4 times a year for private events. According to what I've been told, that was basically what was happening.
Okay, but
social
as
media
of
hasn't been.
February 27, live music was still going on. February 22nd, I see an actual DJ there. I mean, it all looks really fun. February 14, it's a nightclub scene with a DJ advertised. I don't know what I don't know what else to say.
What dates did you say that private event was again?
In November.
November.
Oh, okay, because you do have advertising for a DJ on 131 and 21. Rude.
But the thing is, people, we is how do I explain this? It's not a DJ that is gonna go and play for people to dance and stuff like this. It's more a listening bar.
I'm hoping that I hear the correct, what I think is the correct answer. I don't know if it's Instagram or Facebook. What hours have you been advertising? What hours of closure have you been advertising?
Midnight, we try to.
It doesn't say late. It says midnight. What is it?
Just give it to us straight so we can try to address this. What are the hours that you've been telling the public you're open until?
From 5 p.m. till midnight, and sometimes we say a little late, but never more than 1:30 a.m. Yeah, no, we apologize for that, but it's very difficult. No, we are trying to make it to survive, and we've been struggling.
Okay, but don't you have a website? So I'm trying to help you come. This is not, forgive me if this is not how I'm determining anything. I'm trying to have you come straight with this. You have a website. Do you know the hours on the website? Do you know what the website says? No, sir, do you know? Excuse me. You could ask after, but do you know what the hours are on the website?
It got to be midnight. No?
Okay.
Right.
All right. And who's that?
She's the owner.
Okay. What are the hours?
I believe it says late.
Well, what is the actual number?
It doesn't say. It says late.
I'm not sure.
Well, what does late? Is late midnight because 1 a.m., 2 a.m.? Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was old and I haven't edited it.
If you dropped a ball, that's one thing, but if you're just having a.
That's not old because you just started this business. Since you've had a temp, you've only had until midnight. So how is that old? Old from some other owner or old from you?
Yeah, yeah, I don't know that answer. I don't, what was the name of the place before you obtained it?
Cocos.
It was Cocos.
Oh, it was not the last call?
No.
Okay.
You applied for this license in November 2022, and you were operating under a temp during that time, right?
Correct.
Okay. They've been operating under a temp since late 2022.
So just so you know where this person's coming from. I appreciated, sir, at the beginning stating what happened in November, but I'm telling you, without investigating too hard, you're telling the world you're open till 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. And here you are telling us you don't even know that. What are you gonna do to fix all this stuff, please?
First, I can change all the hours to midnight.
Okay, but what are you gonna do to fix people bringing in DJs? And what are you gonna do to just?
No, we have to discontinue
I mean,
that.
because who is either managing or not managing this place correctly? Who is it?
Both.
Both of us.
Okay, well,
Yes.
what has to happen?
We have to cancel all the DJs and
Yeah.
everybody needs to be seated.
No dancing.
Well, the entire operation has to be discontinued. That was basically what we kind of agreed on last time. So
Something that we wanted to
I
ask.
know.
you-
I don't have as offended at mistakes as other people, and I'm not saying anyone here, but I just don't get offended with the human condition of making mistakes. But this is much larger than you seem to even are saying you know about, which is disturbing.
I'm so sorry.
Are the
Yeah, but
members
the
ready?
thing is that, Camilo, lo que pasa es que la otra vez que estaban aquí, ellos fueron bien claros de lo que querían. Yo entiendo la situación económica, pero tenemos que ser claros de lo que ya se ha
We
hecho.
extend the temporary, can I just ask?
So, lo que se puede
I don't want to
decir,
ruin
hemos
any
tenido una
agenda.
licencia
Can we
temporal
extend,
demasiado tiempo,
can we
and
keep
you're
the
hurting right
temporary
now.
and see how well behaved they are?
Yes.
For several months. Okay,
Sí.
I'm going to, my position on this is we will keep it a temporary for any number of months that the chair decides. And you must be angels. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like angels are perfect, okay?
Can we
That
ask?
means you gotta crash your website and fix it, take it off, pronto. Okay?
We can change that.
There's
Can-
nothing you need to explain to me. That's where I am on this, okay?
Can we ask you for just for one
For
thing?
what?
Is that for people to come to the bar, we have part of the structure of the bar is to have very good sound and very good music. It doesn't mean that it's gonna be loud music or anything like that.
There's only recorded music here. There's only recorded music.
Whatever the temporary conditions are, you're gonna be absolutely perfect until we come back.
So nobody can switch it. So our system runs on vinyls.
On vinyls.
So nobody can switch off vinyls, is what
That's
you're
it,
saying.
that's the
I
thing.
don't even know what that means.
Yeah, because you know that you are not allowed to have a DJ. I mean, you set up your
Okay.
business not the way at all, the way you applied for
Okay.
it.
Because they already
The
gonna
community
give us-
board, in fact, recommended denials. So
Okay,
he's trying to do you a favor because if, based on our record today and what you've already admitted to, it's a no on your actual license.
okay,
We'll go with the community board's recommendation of denial. And your temp is rescinded immediately. You stop operating today. So he's trying to help you save your business right now.
okay.
But you have to really understand that how you're operating is not at all how you applied. And so if you just want to stop and start over, apply again, put in all the things you want, and then go to the community board.
We ended up with a terrible lawyer. The guy you
Well, then
left to
you've got-
Texas. and
Okay,
left us hanging.
we
Find
can
another
blame the
one.
lawyer, that's fine, you've been here all day, everybody blames the lawyer, I get it. But with the no food serving, patron dancing, DJ music playing, alterations, dance floor, it's not at all. You're running a nightclub, which I would love to go to, but that's not what your application says. Like, it looks fun and we're trying to save your business, but you need to continue. I think he's saying that he's gonna allow you to operate a temp, which is so beyond what we generally would do here.
Just operate it the way it's supposed to. Find another lawyer to advise you or interpret
No,
things
they
for
have
you.
a representative
I
now.
don't, I'm not trying to say that. I'm sorry.
No, I understand. I totally
apologize
understand
because
it.
I didn't, okay.
But he's
okay.
referring to someone else that.
Yeah,
initial
no,
file.
Yeah, I wouldn't have, I'm sorry. If it felt that way,
No,
I'm
I
sorry.
totally understand.
Yeah, but this
He
is
needs to explain
serious.
to
This is
Angel.
serious business. When you have a temp, it's 12 o'clock. We don't make the law. We
Yeah.
just
Okay.
enforce the law. So
Not 12:30, not 12:15.
yeah, not 12:30, not sometimes 1:30. No, that's 90 minutes after what the law says you can operate. We don't actually determine the 12 o'clock on the temp.
Yeah, so no,
Okay.
no,
So
everything's gotta be
now
right.
you really need to be serving food. Like, do you have?
Never mind.
We do.
You have food, right?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so then do the food. And then before you come back, you need to go to community board because we have a letter from them saying you didn't show up and they recommend denial, which if the next time this comes up, they're still recommending denial, I kind of have to also respect them and deny.
No, 100%, and I'm not blaming the lawyer, but it was the
Okay,
lawyer.
let's not do that. You know what you have to do.
Can I ask one question, please? Does everybody need to be seated?
Yes.
Something,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, no dancing.
No, I mean, like, nobody can be standing at the bar even if there's no dancing.
No, if you have a bar, you can stand at the bar, just
Okay.
not like
Not-
crowded
exactly,
standing like
exactly.
we
I
are
just
at a
wanted to know the
rave,
rules.
like,
Yeah.
which from the videos you're posting, be aware of what you're posting because everybody can see that.
Yeah.
I know you're doing it to promote your business, but
Yeah.
we're not blind over here. So,
Door.
and there's someone who can hear your bass. So it doesn't matter, indoor music, outdoor music, DJ, no DJ, someone can hear the bass. And I don't know what kind of building you're in.
No, it's,
Sound travels, you may want to do some soundproofing. You can request the documents. And if someone comes and complains, I would really take the advantage, take their phone number and try to talk to them and try to figure out, why they're complaining. Not to like harass them, but to figure out how you can mediate the situation so that you can both exist at this location, which I understand are just, old buildings that sound travels.
So for the vote,
So I'm voting to extend the temporary, meaning not extend the
well, to
temporary.
allow them to.
To delay hearing the matter for a number of months that the chair might determine.
All right, so we can hold this over to September 18. It's gonna be end of summer, so this is where you're going to do better, try to address your neighbors, and go back to community board and live by the terms of your temp. And I bet you we will check again.
What was that date again?
September 18.
hasta las 10 de la noche.
Hasta las 10 de la noche, pero
Sí, ok.
no
No
puede tener música afuera, obviamente. Y tiene
Okay.
que parar la
So we're
operación
not
adentro a las
rescinding
12.
technically the
Sí.
conditional
Okay.
approval. We're just
Okay.
leaving it in limbo and having this
Yes, come
held
back.
over.
Yeah.
And they can still apply for temps.
Yes.
Yes, so this also has to go back to licensing to figure out the alteration of
They
the,
submit an alteration.
You just want to rescind the
No.
conditional
Okay.
approval.
Did you hear that? There's
What's
an
the
alteration.
alteration?
There's an
they
alteration.
altered the premises. It's not as they
No,
originally.
we weren't aware, we were in
You gotta
MANOR.
read the record and you might have to,
I'm gonna go to the place it myself and
Okay.
check everything out
Okay,
and
okay.
kind of.
And you need to apply for and change the application. It's not even an alteration
Oh, the
yet.
alteration
'Cause
to
it's
the
not.
outdoor seating, you mean, or?
No,
We never did any
apparently
construction.
there's that you altered the premises to add the DJ booth. and-
No.
No,
So this application is exactly how it
Yeah.
appeared when you
We
applied.
never get any
We- we-
construction.
we-
The interior
No
has
construction
been-
or anything. There was
Do
a
you
DJ
have
booth.
what they applied for? Because you can
It
make
was,
a FOIL request for what they applied for,
Yeah, I'll do
and then
that
you
and,
can.
and compare it to what the current situation is.
We
'cause
haven't changed
as far-
anything since
Okay.
we bought the
Okay.
place.
Okay,
No.
so
No.
There was a
So
DJ booth prior to.
there's a lot of work to do here, okay? You have a few months to do it.
Yeah.
It's 6 months,
Nicole Tejada,
but good luck.
NIC.
Spell the last name?
And-
TEJADA.
Okay. Y el DJ
Thank
booth
you.
que está ahí, que todos los equipos están
Nosotros no
colocados.
podemos tener DJ.
Okay.
Ahora
No, no
mismo
DJ.
No DJ.
Sí, pero el lugar donde está el equipo de sonido, ¿se puede mantener ahí?
Alright, yeah.
Sí, pero siempre y cuando sea
You guys can
background
have
music.
conversations.
Excuse me.
No.
The best thing to do is to,
Ya, vamos.
Okay,
Yep, September 18th.
okay?
okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yep, next is 49.
And sir, in the future, if you need an interpreter, you have to use our official interpreter, okay? So just make sure that next time you come back, you can ask for
Next is
an interpreter. Can you make a
49.
note that ask them if they need an interpreter next time they come back?
Next is 49, Prestige Restaurant and Lounge Corp.
Let me just pull mine up, please. I'm moving now. Let's see.
39?
What number?
49.
49.
49.
All right, you just want 4 a.m., same music, recorded live DJ, patron dancing, security guard is needed, 2 private events per month, no third-party promoters.
Yes, guys.
All right, are you okay?
I'm
You
good,
actually,
yes.
can you put your names on the record? Just introduce
My
yourself.
name is Elias Zakoli, owner of Prestige Restaurant Lounge, Maris Bego, general manager.
Manager, okay.
All right, so I have no comment from community board, no violations observed, and no complaints on the record, so I'm gonna vote to approve 4 a.m.
Thank you.
Commissioner Maya?
I approve.
Thank you.
All right, thanks for waiting. Sorry it took so long.
Appreciate you.
All right, bye.
Next is 37. Oh, you don't need that now. Next is 37, Buka West African Corp.
Hi.
Hi,
Yes.
you're the applicant?
Yes, I'm the owner of the business.
Okay, sorry you came here and waited so long. Your previous removal was denied due to a 200-foot rule. That's really not that relevant for this. Your location is closed in the winter,
Sure.
and it's recorded DJ, karaoke music, live music, patron dancing, but it's all inside only, right?
Yes.
Okay, and there are walls or glass walls?
They're glass. They're walls.
There are
Yeah.
actual walls or glass walls?
There's actual wall, then there's glass wall.
There's actual and there's glass wall?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there like windows that open or no?
No window in the inside. Yes.
No windows that open, because
Yeah.
I imagine it's a really cool place.
Thank you.
All right, so you're gonna keep all the music inside though, right?
Sure.
Not sure, are yes or no?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there speakers outside?
I have a small speaker, very small, because it's more like a political discussion.
The application said no music outside,
okay.
so you willing to remove that?
Sure.
No projection outside and no dancing outside?
No, not at all.
Even when it's really nice in the summer, you cannot take your party outside,
Sure.
okay?
Sure, ma'am.
Seriously?
Yeah, I agree.
Yes? Okay. All right, so you know that seasonal, you can put your license into safekeeping when you're closed for 6 months at a time.
Okay, I could do that. I didn't know about that.
Yeah, so we understand that you're closed right now until April?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when you are closed,
Yes, ma'am.
you have to put your license, should they approve your license and it gets issued, you have to place that license with us
Okay.
for safekeeping. So you will email us, tell us you're going to be closed during this time. Please put your license in safekeeping. That way we know that your business is closed.
Okay.
And when you want your license back, email us again and tell us that to return your license to you.
Oh, sure.
Okay?
I will do that.
All right, you need a bathroom waiver?
don't know what I mean.
How many bathrooms do you have?
Oh, I have like one big one and two small one at the back.
Okay, and it's all accessible by clients?
Yeah,
customers?
very well, very
So
well.
there are 3 bathrooms?
I have, inside I have only large one, yes.
What's inside? What's
I
outside?
have one bathroom that is accessible to all customers, yes.
Okay, so you've asked, how many people are in your space?
Uh,
Maximum capacity?
The maximum capacity is about maybe 20, 15 or less sometime.
It's 15 people?
Sometime less, yes.
No, what is the maximum? When it's all seated, everybody's there, business is booming, how many people?
Oh, God. Maybe like 35, ma.
Did you say, what did you say, 35?
Yeah, maybe 35, 36.
How many bathroom per person? It's 6.
35.
It's one bathroom per how many people?
Usually under 74.
One bathroom for every 74, right? So he doesn't need a bathroom waiver.
No, I think it's fine.
It's not accurate, right? Okay, so, all right, so thank you for answering the questions. All right, so I'm gonna approve 4 a.m. recorded DJ, karaoke, live music, patron dancing, inside only.
Okay.
The applicant has agreed to remove any outdoor speakers, etc. He's a seasonal operator. He will put his license in safekeeping during the winters. With all of those conditions, I vote to approve.
Right,
Mr. Mayor.
same conditions approved.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for coming.
Next is 54 Elegant Newsstand, Inc.
All right, you're the licensee?
No, I'm the store manager. My name is Ahmed Shabazz. I'm representing Elegant Newsstand.
All right, where's the licensee?
He is unavailable. He's out of country right now.
Does he live away from the US?
No, he lives in the US.
This is 54.
54. How long has he been out of the country?
For about a month, more than a month.
When is he coming back?
Leave towards June.
What country is he in?
India.
He's been away from February to June. Is he away from February to June every year?
I don't believe so, no.
How long have you been the manager here?
For about 2 months.
2 months. You've been there only for 2 months?
Yes.
So you were not at the premises when this sale to minor happened?
I was not, no.
All right, what are you doing now to prevent sale to minor?
I have updated the point of sale system. There is a verification that is requested from the cashier every time a beverage, alcoholic beverage is scanned. I've also updated the camera systems for remote oversight. I've also adjusted my hours to overlap with my employees, make sure everyone is in compliance. And I went over all the alcohol training program with my employees, make sure they understand how to identify underage.
All right. All right, I'm gonna accept.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I accept.
Thank you.
Well stated. Yeah.
Next is 18 Golden Arrow Sports Bar, Inc. Signed that
Golden
CNC right
Arrow.
before he left. Can you introduce yourself? Sir, just put your name on the, say your name, yeah.
My name is Moti Panesh Narayan, the owner for Golden Arrow.
Your license is still in safekeeping?
Yes,
Why?
safekeeping. I had a fire there in June.
You had a fire there in June?
Yeah.
Is it
So
fixed?
I'm under construction right now.
You're still under construction?
Yeah.
When are you gonna be ready?
I would say in about 3 months.
Another 3 months?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna lower this 1,000.
Do $1,000?
Yeah,
1,000's fine.
thank
Paid
you.
now?
That's it.
You'll get a letter with instructions on how to pay.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
Next, yeah, no, you'll get an email. Next is 47 Bungalow L. What was that? Not now, email. Next is 47 Bungalow LLC. Did someone actually sign in for this?
Yes, for the.
Yeah, but. I might have-
47's adjourned?
Yeah, to
Okay.
April 2nd.
Okay.
Been a mistake.
This is in Rochester.
Yeah, it must have been a mistake.
Okay.
We'll figure it out.
They keep holding this over. I don't know
Oh,
what's
this
up.
is the one, I remember. What is the date?
4-2.
4-2.
All right, go ahead.
Next is 41, the Bushwick Bagel House, Inc.
I have a representative. She's coming in now.
Okay. 41.
While wait, is there a St. Louis? What are you actually here for? That's what, it must have been a mistake. We'll figure it out after then.
All right.
Can you just put your names on the record?
Yes. Nicole Tejada here with Luis Elamaj, owner of the Bushwick Bagel House.
This is operating on a temp.
They haven't renewed the temp.
It's what? Operating with temp.
They initially filed with a temporary license, and they discontinued selling alcohol due to not renewing once again.
Okay.
They're just waiting for their license to be approved.
Okay.
So they have not been serving alcohol?
No.
You ready? Here's the question. Ready? Did they serve, have they served alcohol? When was the last time they served alcohol?
The last
Approximately.
renewal.
I could answer that question.
Yeah, go ahead.
The location is a 24-hour diner.
It's what?
It's a 24-hour diner.
Yes, sir.
It's been there for 9 years. I applied for a liquor license in October 20. I've had a beer license since we've opened. And the representative at the time submitted an application for a full liquor license. And I served in the past under the temporary liquor license, but it was getting unaffordable to keep on paying for the renewal. So I just stopped selling liquor altogether until I get the full liquor license. I don't remember the last time I sold liquor. It's been a while.
When you say liquor, you mean something
Alcohol,
other
alcohol.
than beer?
Yes, yes.
Okay. All righty.
But I do serve eggs, burgers, wraps, 24 hours.
Okay.
Regular.
Do you have alcohol on your premises?
What did
Not at this time, no.
Okay.
For what day?
So do you remember when the temp expired for the liquor?
I'm looking for the actual certificate. So,
Do you know when?
I think it was sometime in the latter part of 24th, November maybe of 24.
I'm gonna look for it.
She's gonna find the actual
28th,
date.
Does that sound right? November 28th? Does
No,
that
but
sound
yeah,
right?
it was last year.
Okay.
Okay, so would it surprise you that our investigator made a visit on February 1 and was served alcohol past midnight?
Yes, it would.
All right. What do you want to do?
Is there liquor on premises?
I do have it behind the bar. I haven't thrown it out. I have it under the counter behind the bar. But not for service, no. I do still sell beer.
No, your license isn't safekeeping for beer, so you shouldn't have any alcohol on the premises.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that. I thought I was still allowed to sell beer.
You're serving beer.
No, when you give your license up, when you don't have a temp, everything has to stop. You
Well, I
can't
wasn't-
just start selling beer on your own.
I wasn't aware of that. I thought I was still allowed to sell beer since I was licensed, since I opened the location in 2016.
When was it put in safety?
It was put in safekeeping,
It went safekeeping
probably
April
when we
2020.
issued the temp, probably, right? It looks like April 2024, it was placed in safekeeping. Yeah. If you weren't going to renew the temp for liquor, you should have requested that your license be removed from safekeeping so that you can continue to serve beer.
There's a dilemma there. The person who represented me left the state and he sort of abandoned all his clients, and I'm not a specialist on these conditions and stuff like that.
Yeah,
So-
but you came in swearing up and down and your lawyer is saying that you're not serving alcohol. And then you now started to tell me that you're serving beer because I'm telling you that I have other evidence. Because if I don't have other evidence, you would have been swearing up and down, including your lawyer, saying that you're not serving alcohol. So you're not just lying, you're making your lawyer a liar.
I never had a lawyer, and the expediter is no longer representing me. He left the state.
I get that, but isn't she representing you today?
Yes, she's not an attorney.
Okay, so you're making her a liar because you've told her that you're not serving. Is that your understanding that they're not serving, or you understood that he was serving beer?
The understanding is that since there was no temporary, no active temporary permit, there was supposed to be no operations within the establishment of when it comes to serving alcohol.
Okay, so did you guys have that conversation, or you just decided on your own that you would sell beer, and then our investigator happened to be able to buy one? I don't know if they bought a beer. The only evidence I have is they were served a drink.
I was not aware that I could not sell beer while I had while I was waiting for the alcohol license.
And
I
you made some
didn't,
progress right now. In other words, you're saying that beer was sold, but you didn't know. That's what you're saying.
I did
right?
understand the differentiation between a
That's-
full liquor license
Well,
and
to
my
me,
beer.
that's better than denying, you're at least saying that you were doing something under whatever error or whatever mistake.
It was an error, it was a mistake, yes, by my employees, not myself, but my employees. I'm not there physically every
But
minute
you
of
know
the
you're the man in charge.
Yes, I do,
Yeah,
yes.
but
I'm
sir,
without
you
it.
know that you had a COVID summary suspension. That was you also, right?
That was me as a part of a group of individuals. I was a minority
Okay, but-
holder in it.
Okay, so this is not your first rodeo. This is not the first time you're dealing with this board. Like, you know that you can't play with fire and then try to lie. Like, that's not how we operate here.
I'm not really trying to lie, your Madam Fan. I've never had a beer license and submitted for a full liquor license. The other locations were issued full liquor licenses from the beginning. That was a mistake on my part. I thought I was still able to sell beer. The other locations, I was a minority partner with a group of people, and they controlled the operations against my best wishes. And those situations are all in the past. They're all long gone. I've had this location for 9 years. I've never had an issue with beer, without beer, never had even an incident in the location.
What about the hours? I mean, you're not operating when you're not closing.
No, it's open 24 hours. There's
What
no
time do you
denying.
go to work?
I go to work in the morning and I go back at night between 9 and 11 o'clock.
Okay. Okay, and who's there after 11?
I have a cook and I have a server.
Okay, just first names.
Oh, Andres and Armando.
Okay. So you're saying you're not there after 11 p.m.?
No, I'm not. I am there on occasion, but not physically working for steadily hours.
You want to say this?
Yeah.
So just to give you the full background, on February
First.
1st, 2025, so 11:35 p.m., an investigator was reporting having gone there, sat down, ate fried calamari, and ordered a Corona beer. He also at 12:35 a.m. approached the bar, ordered a shot of Tanqueray gin. Sample gin, just so you're aware.
I was not aware of that. I will definitely take that into serious consideration because that shouldn't have happened. If I could just say one thing, I'm not looking to make this into a bar. I'm just a diner looking to sell alcohol with my food, not looking for a DJ, not gonna be playing music. People live upstairs, never had a complaint from anybody. All I wanna do is enhance my business by selling drinks to the customers up until midnight on weekdays and up to 4 a.m. on the weekends. My primary goal is to serve drinks to go with my deliveries, which is a very
All right,
positive boost to business.
I'm gonna vote to deny this. You can reactivate your beer and wine, and a year from now, you can try upgrading again.
Maya, Commissioner Maya?
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with the chair.
Okay. Application's been denied.
All right, thank you. And you should be watching your operation. You can't come in here and tell me you don't know what's being served by your bartender. The fact that there is a bartender there is alcohol on the premises is not at all what the story you've been telling me. So just try again in the future. You very luckily still have the beer and wine in safekeeping, so whoever advised you to do that is smart. Just take that out and operate on that.
What happens to the fee I paid for the liquor
Okay, so
license?
There's a what? It will get refunded to you at some point.
Thank you.
At some point.
Email us to have your license removed from safekeeping, okay?
All right, so back to who I called, and I so apologize because I would have told her to go home long ago if there wasn't an error. Next is 46.
I know they don't know, but the report should have more information. Yeah.
46, the Cafe Inc. That's who you are.
Glad that you have that.
What if-
Jesus Christ.
Which number did you just dial?
46.
46?
Would have told her to go home.
What, 46?
46.
You told them to go home?
No, I probably would have, because you told me this is going to be adjourned, but there was an error on the sign-in sheet, so I didn't think anyone signed in. 46.
All right, I'm really sorry to do this. You've waited all day, but we actually got a request from the community board to adjourn this. And so we actually thought that we should reach out to you and let you know. You signed in with the wrong number, so we didn't know you were here. Otherwise, we would have told you this at the beginning of the day. But we're gonna hold this over to 4/23.
You said the community board adjourned it,
They actually asked us for more time.
but I met with them and I got a letter from them.
You have a letter?
You have a letter?
Yeah, last week Wednesday.
Oh, that might have been.
Oh,
that's
okay.
after.
So what does the letter say?
Can I didn't print it, but this is a conditional
Can you
letter.
email
All
it
right,
to me?
email it to him and
Sure.
just go sit down and wait because he'll print it for us and
Okay.
maybe we can hear it.
Okay, cool.
That would have been after the email.
Yeah, it was.
It's fine, just take it.
This is
Because
46?
she's waited all day.
Okay.
So it's Donald. Actually, go talk to them over there. Yeah, they can do it. Yeah, go talk to them.
Can you
so we
guys print the letter for us, please? Can you do 4 copies? Please, thank you.
All right, next is 58I. I is an igloo.
58I.
Guaca Corporation, DBA Mia's, that's not okay either. Guaca Corporation.
Good afternoon, Neil Vasaki for the application. One of my clients just stepped out to the restroom, so I don't know if you'd like me
All right,
to.
second call this.
Okay.
Next.
Next is 36, Blend Restaurant and Lounge LLC.
Blend.
Good afternoon, members of the full board. Arhelio Rodriguez here as counsel for Blend Restaurant and Lounge LLC. The principal, Mohammed Imamuddin, is out with the flu. I'm here with the manager and son, Shazim Imamuddin. This is an offer for a CNC of letter of warning. In way of background, in March 2023, the licensee resolved a case for a substantial civil penalty of $10,000. Shortly thereafter, the authority issued a notice of pleading with numerous additional charges involving regulations. These were charges, for example, of use of an extension cable, and up-to-date fire inspections, a properly secured CO2 tank for soda carbonation, casing of an electrical outlet, tint on the front door, and a list of employees for payroll.
So basically, can I interrupt you? You're saying it would be inequitable because you kind of settled this case when another one was looming that you didn't know about. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct, and I'll add that it's
Generally,
been,
what we would have done is send that back to council's office, and then the CNC would have been higher, because then at that point, there are an additional 11 charges on that one. But I see that for these, it's fire equipment not in working order, which is death trap, extension cords being used, no visibility, unsecured compressed gas tank, DJ playing music, switch plate cover, propane gas. All right, I'm gonna counter it, 3,000. I mean, you've paid, no, they paid 1,000, 4,000, that's 5, 12, 5, 10. You've already paid 22.5 in the past 5 years. I'm shocked that there continue to be charges coming through for this location.
those date back to March 2023. So it took a while for this to get to the full board.
I get it. I gather that it's all.
And the licensee immediately remedied everything, and within the span of 3 to 4 days, he sent it to the investigator Stravali, showing pictures and evidence that everything was remedied within the span of 3 days.
All right, I'm at 3,000.
3,000.
All right.
We accept.
All right, no DJs, guys.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next is 58D, a more Latino bar and restaurant corp.
What did you say, sir?
58D as in dog.
Good afternoon, Gene Anton for the applicant. The client called me today and said he couldn't get out of work. So if I can, and I just got on this case, I see it was adjourned a couple of times beforehand by the representative. And I think the next one is April 2nd.
58D. All right, this has been adjourned many, many times. If the guy
saw
can't
that.
come, we can just deny this, because at some point it has to end. We've had this over 1, 2, and now you're asking for a third. I mean, I know that we're trying to be generous here, but it's at some point enough already.
Chairwoman, I don't disagree with you. I just got on the case. I'm just.
Could he just be here? If the
April
chair-
2nd, and I checked already, so Wednesday, and he should be able to make it, not a
Next time
problem.
he'll make it, no
Who
problem.
asked the
If
same
he
thing last
doesn't,
time?
you can deny it.
Were you here last time?
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
So if he's not here, then, I'm going to vouch that he'll be here, and if he's not,
He's got problems.
yes, absolutely, I'll make
Okay,
sure.
then I will, my vote, I'll jump, I'm sorry, Chair. If the chair picks a date, I will agree that he comes back date certain.
Yep.
Okay?
Yeah, 4-2.
Thank you. Thank you.
Busy day.
Hopefully you're still representing him by then, because it seems like it's changing every 3 weeks.
Are you still waiting?
He was here, then he just went back to the bed. So another second, so sorry.
Next is
Everything all right over there?
35 Lima Restaurant Corp.
35.
35.
5.
Good morning, members, good morning, members of the authority. Aurelia Tavares, representative for Carlos Mejia and Lima Restaurant Corp. on Northern Boulevard. The last time we were here before the members, Chair Fan requested that the licensee come before the authority and explain himself for some of the past disciplinary history at the location. He's here to speak on his behalf regarding that.
All right, sir. You've been in front of us a lot. You have paid $51,000 in fines. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
So, you continue to not meet your method of operation, which is no DJs, no hookah. So what do you want to do here? Because I can't keep taking your money and then letting you violate your method of operation.
Yeah, no, I understand. Can I just give a statement before we discuss?
Sure.
I just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Carlos Mejia, and I'm the principal for Lima Restaurant. And first of all, I want to thank you guys for hearing us today. I also want to apologize that I wasn't able to make the last hearing. My wife underwent surgery in January, and I had to be by her side. I opened Lima with my father in 2015. Sadly, on March 2020, my father passed away of COVID, day before my birthday. The imaginable loss to our family, I can't explain. The challenges navigating COVID regulations months that followed were very difficult and at times confusing, which contributed to some of the initial issues with our business operations. Since then, we have taken significant steps to adapt to move forward. We have applied for a change of our method of operations with full backing of the Community Board 3 and 115 Precinct. Additionally, we have remained committed to giving back to our community. Every year, we provide 100 meals, Thanksgiving meals to the First Baptist Church in Elmhurst. And during the holiday season, we partner with the Community Affairs Department of the 115 Precinct for a Christmas giveaway for children. Lastly, I want to express my deep gratitude to the board for its leniency and understanding throughout this process. Thank you.
And I wanted to add 50,000 of those fines were COVID related. And I still, to this day, will contest that COVID was just a disaster. So there were $25,000 fines. And then prior to the COVID, the operations were his father, where he was helping his father operate the establishment. Once his father died, he took over the business and started managing it daily. And some of those fines can be attributed to the father's operations. Going forward, post-COVID, it took us, we had wanted to apply for a change in method for a while. And because we had on his license, he had problems with the police department and the hours, the community board approved, there were approved hours that he had. And then the community board told the police department it was something else. And then there was an incident at the location. So now that we've gotten all that straightened out, he's got the 100% backing of the community board for his approved method of operation, and the backing of the 115th precinct is not objecting. They can't back anything because they don't write letters anymore to that nature. But this is a place that has been without incident since the last incident. I believe it was 2022. And the owners here showing face for the incidents and the past history of the location. Putting the COVID violations aside, we do believe that this rises to the level of meeting with the owner, going over it, but he has taken serious, extreme remedial measures to correct all his staff is ATAP certified and trained. He's ATAP certified and trained. We've been working with the precinct hand in hand, because I'm at these meetings and the community board endlessly, so that we could be where we are today with their full approval for the requested changes. And the last thing I'll say, and I always say this, and I truly mean it, a Latino business without DJ, without music, without karaoke, without the things that our patrons are asking for, is a disaster, is a recipe for a disaster. He has applied for a change in method, and we have been waiting on a change in method for 2023. I come here and I say it, Latino business without Latin music might as well shut its doors.
Then don't apply it the way you apply it. I don't create the application, you create the application. If you're telling me now that he can't operate without violating, with live music, DJs, people standing on the stage, that's obviously his business. And I encourage you to put it in safekeeping and not operate, because we're going to keep coming back and you're going to keep paying. And I don't see the point of this.
Well, we have a change in method application
Right,
with
on
the
file.
members of the authority on file.
And we
We're
were
just
approved.
asking that it be approved, but every time because this violation hasn't been resolved, we can't get it approved by licensing. So we're asking that we get a determination on the change in method so he's not trying to be a party house for, you know?
That's the community board.
I just want to say one thing. I hear you. I don't know anything about how they filed or how they were licensing, but he's got to be an angel.
He's not going to
He's
be.
not.
He's not. He's not going to be. They are operating with DJ's live music. It doesn't matter that this is 24. I mean,
The minute we got these violations, we filed for a change in method, which is what he had not done before. And I said, listen, you got to apply for a change in method, so you're left alone because
Right, and
it's not
we
like.
got full approval from the board.
And we finally got the community board on board because they were of the same position, just apply for a change. He did it, and then it's kind of like, catching your tail. If you don't grant it, the poor guy can't operate, but maybe we can grant it with some limitations. But let's, it's the method, and this was
I
his
don't need to
father's
give you
fault
more
when he applied for
limitations
this
because
application, really.
the limitations are already on there. You're only approved for recorded music only.
This was an
Hookah's not
application-
allowed. There's no DJ. There's no live music. But
Chair Fan, but this
I
was an
bet you have
application.
an event scheduled for this weekend with DJs and live music and people standing on stage.
This was an error on the original filing, which I was not on. This was his father, and then his father operated with and got those violations during his father's reign.
It has to get.
I forget it, yeah.
So the change application just came in November.
Correct.
These violations, my impression are, these are really stupid ones. I mean, they're just like, I don't know from which direction the stupid is coming from, okay? But the hookah is stupid. In less than 1 hour, I guess I'll ask counsel to explain that one to me. But the DJ, you can't have a DJ. I mean, that's stupid. Has he
That's
ever
stupid.
had?
That's
has he
his
ever- I
method of
understand that.
operation.
Has he ever had, no, meaning it would be stupid for a licensee of his experience to do something that he can't do.
It
What
was
is-
filed in November.
Has he ever had a service of a minor? I don't see that.
No,
Has he ever
it
had that?
doesn't.
This is still in violation.
And when did you take it over from your father?
After he passed away in 2020.
In 20?
Right when COVID started, and we
Okay,
closed.
And then here you have the
Yeah,
rash.
then
of
we
COVID.
closed for like 4 months after he passed away.
Yeah. I believe the biggest error was the original filing here, because the father was operating like that the whole time, and then he took over.
I'm not
and
the
that was-
punishing type, but it seems like if it were up to me and I'm only one person, he's got to feel this one a little bit more than $6,500. So when it's time to vote, well, I'm not the person that calls the vote. The chair is, so.
Mr. Chair.
I don't even know what to do because I know you're going to start breaking the rules tonight. And honestly, I agree with him in the sense that these charges themselves, without the $51,000 record, which I respect, counsel, your representative saying 45 of it is COVID related. So really, he's only paid 11,000. My number before was wrong. He's actually paid $56,000 in fines. 11,000 of it is legit charges. That is non-COVID related.
In 5 years.
I want to take it down, but I also want to cancel your license, because I know that you're going to be in violation. So what do you want to do?
Well, only is a way, I don't like punishing, but I have to punish a little bit here. If it were me, you've got to feel this one, so you just don't come, I don't want to see you here again. So I would say $8,500.
Shit, you're going up?
Yeah, I went up. I think she thought I was going to go down. They offered $6,500, so I'd say $8,500. Yeah.
With the applicant's commitment to abiding by his stipulations until
Yeah, I
he
understand
can
that,
come
but
I
I
back for the
don't-
change in method, which could be a
Okay, Ms.
minute.
Tavares?
Yeah.
Do you say Tavares?
Tavares.
Like Frank Tavares, okay.
Yeah, like the band.
Yes, okay. All right, so I'm not the punishing type. I'm punishing you. That's the pie of deterrence and punishment. I have a punishment slice of pie on this one. I say 8,500 because I don't want to see you here again. So that's where I am, okay?
I've never seen that happen, 8,500. All right,
That's what it is, so you gotta.
stay in compliance.
Thank you.
I bet you we will check again
Yes.
until your application comes up. You have the option, I'm not gonna force you, you can put it in safekeeping and wait for that to come through. And then you can be operating legally with all the bells and whistles and the hours that you want. If you have the community board support, you will probably get it, but I can't tell you how to operate, but you're taking the risk if you do DJ, live music, and serve hookah. That's on you. You decide what's worth the risk.
You're right.
All right? Thank you.
Thank you, members.
Thank you for
Just a
coming.
quick question. Do you know the ETA of how long that?
So are you accepting, or on the change of method of operation?
Yeah, we were accepted by the community board.
What?
We were accepted by the community board. We have the stipulations.
Okay, it should be sometime either April or May. Within the next 3 meetings, it should be here.
I also want to say that $8,500 was a,
You
I'm
said
sorry, I was
85.
asking them that, sir.
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
that $8,500 is a counteroffer. So either you can accept it now, or you can wait for a letter, and then you can accept it or reject it. So that's.
Sounds good.
Huh?
Sounds
which
good.
one?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You wanna wait or-
We'll accept it.
Okay. All right.
I didn't hear the question. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, members.
All right, thank you.
All right, so I am calling back 46. So luck has it, the community board did send it to us themselves, and licensing uploaded it today, and here's a copy. If you want to take a look at it. So that community board did email it to us.
Oh, good.
So,
Oh, that's good.
yeah,
You waited for
good reason.
good reasons then.
Oh, good.
God is good sometimes. You sign in with the wrong number and we didn't tell you to leave.
It's
and all
okay.
these things came together.
Right on.
That never happens, but I'm happy about that. All right, great. So with the community board's blessing, I'm going to vote to approve your full liquor license with DJ karaoke, use of yard, and 2 a.m. closing across the board, and your outdoor space have to close by 10 p.m. Is that
Right.
okay?
Totally fine.
Commissioner Mayor?
Yeah, approved with the same stipulation stated by chair.
Okay, so I believe you also applied for live band, and so
Yes.
I'm gonna say yes to that, but no third-party promoters, security guard as needed.
Definitely. I have one question for you because they had one concern in the community board. They said that I'm not allowed to serve liquor outside. So I just wanna.
It
I just-
doesn't say that on their letter, so I'm not going to enforce that, because that's generally not how we do it out
Right.
here. I don't know, like,
Right,
it's very hard to control what people order inside, outside.
right.
And it's not in their letter, so I'm not gonna add that.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear because I just wanted
Yeah.
to know.
I just also want to clarify for the record that her application said Sunday to Wednesday, 12 a.m. and Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 2 a.m. But with the community board's letter of no objection, I'm going to go to 2 a.m. every single day.
Amazing.
All right, and live band is okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
Thanks,
Yes.
guys.
Thank you.
All right, 58I, I think they're ready now. Goraka Corporation. 58I.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, members. Neil Vasaki again for Guaca Corp. I missed the submission for some additional materials. I have 5 short memos with a couple of photos. May I hand them up? More importantly, I have the photos of the place. I just want you to have an idea of what the place looks like. I mean, obviously I could talk about what's in the
Okay, I
two
don't
paragraphs.
necessarily need that, but you know that the community board
Yeah.
said recommended no,
Yeah. So what happened? So
and the 500-foot hearing also came out no.
that was the first time around. So let me explain.
Oh, that
first.
was before, but now
Right.
you're restaurant wine only.
Yeah, so originally, maybe a year and a half ago, they applied for a full liquor license. They had very, very poor representation. I think April of last year, they came up to the full board. I watched the video. That representative was up here with just one of my applicants on that one. It was really kind of like a mess, and you actually suggested that they start over and see the community board. So it was disapproved. So with that, they came to my office. And we knew that the community board was not in favor of giving another liquor license on that portion of Port Richmond Avenue. So we suggested that because they're a bona fide restaurant, and that's really the method of operation, that we apply for a restaurant wine license. We notified the community board. Again, they had no interest in seeing my clients or myself, which I don't think was really fair, because I think if we met with them and I really explained to them properly what the method of operation would be, I'm pretty certain that we would have had no problem with them. I generally work with all the community boards on Staten Island, and I really have no problems with them. You know, we talk about music, we talk about hours of operation, et cetera, et cetera. So here we are today. I just want to mention that one of my clients has been licensed since 2006. He actually presently holds a license on Staten Island, Taquiera Roqueta, which is not too far away from that place. He's had a license there, I think, for about a year and a half in good standing. He's been in the restaurant business basically since 1987, and his license history goes back to 2006, all in good standing. And the other individual right here, Mr. Segundo, he's been a chef at Cipriani since 1997. Also a lot of experience. So between both of these clients, you know, they're not having a manager. They'll both be in the restaurant. Bona fide restaurant, really extensive menu. When you walk in, there's a bar, but in my application, there's no seats at the bar. And so when I went to the location 2 weeks ago to kind of just really go over it with a fine tooth comb, you know, I explained to them that you know, you have to prove yourself. The community board's not in favor of another place here, although you're not going for full alcohol, you are going for beer and wine. Just try to get that license, be a good neighbor. And in the future, we could always revisit other options.
You're operating with just food now?
Yes, he's been open about 8 months, and he actually showed me about 80 positive Google reviews, you know, really praising his food over there. And when I was there, people were coming in, sitting down to eat. Well, so the hours, you know, when I spoke with them, basically 7 days a week, they open up at 11. During the week, you know, they'd like 11 or 12 o'clock, and then on the weekends, you know, 1 or 2 o'clock. I mean, this is really, you know, it's really a restaurant. Additionally, we put different choices of music, et cetera, in the community board
Are you aware
letter.
that we have a complaint from the public that they have already been serving alcohol inside the premises?
You could speak to my clients. I find that very hard to believe, but I'm not aware of that, and you could speak to my clients right now. I don't believe they serve any alcohol in the place. It's my opinion. I mean, I don't know if a summons was issued, but a complaint, I don't know. Oh, let me just.
You have enemies?
I don't want to go on a tangent right now, but while I'm here, I'll be honest with you. At the community board, somebody, I'm not going to mention names right now, is up there, and they are feverishly against giving any licenses to anybody on a certain strip of Port Richmond Avenue. And there's other things that are going on behind the scene where I even got some complaints from clients I've never even heard of, some ridiculous complaints that are a matter of record in a Google review. And I know exactly what's going on, and other people know exactly what's going on. So I'll just leave it there, because I don't really want to get into a whole problem with this individual. Although if they watch the video, they'll know. And believe me, it can be ridiculous. It can be ridiculous. So I might, and another lawyer, by the way, has another ridiculous complaint on Google from what we believe strongly is an individual. And if you want more information, maybe you could reach out to the community board to see, you know, what's going on over there.
All right. If you're telling me it's a restaurant and I believe you, this is only a temporary retail permit. It's a beer and wine temp.
Yep.
But if I put the liquor temp restrictions on it, which will limit you to midnight, would you take it?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that's like, now that's serious.
Yeah, no, midnight.
Because
Everybody
if you-
out, the
if
place
you
is
break
closed.
that, something bad happens,
Right.
I'm willing to try because this is beer and wine and it's a
Yeah.
good cause and I have, multiple sources telling me community board does not really recommend this, but because my standard is good cause, I'm willing to let you try on this temp. The main license will come back, but I'm going to put the conditions of 12 o'clock and recorded music only. I'm looking both of you in the eye, like you're saying yes to me that you will live by those terms.
Yes. You understand
Okay,
that?
so
Yes.
midnight
recorded music.
Midnight recorded music only, no dancing, no third-party promoters, no ticketed events, no wild parties. You do that until the full application comes, and then at that time, you can tell me what terms you want if you're operating well, okay?
There's an outdoor area, a small outdoor rear yard.
Outdoor has to close at 10.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Okay.
And no outdoor amplified music, is that okay?
Okay. It's okay.
Okay, so, take it seriously, because you saw how everybody else was, because if you violate your temp, my hands are tied, okay?
Okay. I'll be there.
I know this guy is a nice guy, but now he's looking at you in the eye, and he's agreeing to these terms as well.
I agree with the chair's terms. On that basis, I approve.
All right, thank you.
So I have a question should the full liquor license be approved? You said something about the conditions. Is that what we put in for the original application? Like those will still stand, or are we? Because
I
right
mean, I will take your application as it's written.
Okay.
I'm not gonna change it, but
Right.
I'm not gonna commit right now to what you applied for, because let's just see how this goes.
I understand.
If they come back with a lot of complaints, I get another letter from the community board, we have to see at that time. Like, I don't want to stop you from doing business well, but you apply for karaoke, dancing, DJ, live acoustic, so, I'm taking your word that this
Okay,
is a
so-
restaurant.
So, yes, so right now, again, my clients are, willing to knock out some of those things like right now,
We're talking
because,
temporary now, just.
Yeah, only the temp is in front of us today anyway. You can't negotiate for the next thing, just like the
no,
other
I was
people.
gonna lessen it and put that on the record, but I guess.
You can do it.
Huh?
Why would
Do
you
it
do
when it
that
comes
now?
back.
Yeah, don't negotiate for the future.
Okay.
Let them prove their track record
I got
first. I respect you. If nothing happens, at that point, request the information. If it's like super clean, everything is great.
All right.
One last question, that
give you what you
complaint, was that an anonymous complaint, or did somebody give it a valid name or an address, et cetera, et cetera? 'Cause that's important to me.
You can foil the information.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
All right, next is 55 Stone Street LLC.
Hey, everybody. Matt Colton with Hellbound Levy, representing 55 Stone Street LLC. This is a CNC offer of 4,000. Space was closed for renovations. Renovations ended up taking quite a bit longer than they were expected, and the licensee failed to put the license into safekeeping. They are now back and open and operating under the license.
They said they filed it. We don't have your DBA change application.
I'm not sure the exact date it was filed. Let me see here. I have a hard copy of it if you want.
Is it 117?
Let me see.
Is it 117?
March 4. So we don't have it
Why
yet.
did I have 117?
No, we're on March 3rd.
Okay. All right.
Few days.
All right, we'll get it. I'll accept 4,000.
Are they operating? You can put their license in
How do I have
safekeeping
them
or?
down?
They are operating, yes.
It's fine. It's fine. We'll try to get that taken care of.
Okay, I appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
4,000, perfect, thank you.
Wait.
Yeah,
Mr.
no,
Mayor?
I'm good as well.
Okay.
Great, thank you all. Have a good
Why
one.
did I have January 17th on there?
All right. for the first time ever, Mr. Buscemi's the last one here. Number 13, A1 Food Market, BH Inc.
13.
13.
Hello, sir.
Good afternoon, Francis Buscemi, mailer and Buscemi for the licensee. This is a non-bona fide, it's an upstate a liquor store, which is not that old. I thought the client understood to put the license in safekeeping when they were closing down for, the winter months, the season. It was discussed here at the full board. I guess he just didn't get it. The notice of pleading is dated October 29th, I think. By November 18th, we received confirmation that the license was in safekeeping. I've explained to my client the end of the season up in, I think he's in Liberty. If you're not going to operate, you have to put it in safekeeping and you pull it out in the spring when you're opening the store again. He does understand that. The license was put in safekeeping. It is currently there and will be removed when he's in the spring when he opens up again.
All right, I'm gonna lower this to 2,500.
Thank you, appreciate that.
2,500.
All right, thank you, sir.
And 25, 70, 7951, Albion LLC.
This is after hearing the administrative law judge dismiss the charges.
I'm gonna dismiss charge 1, 2, and 3.
Commissioner Mayo.
Dismiss 1, 2, 3.
Dismiss. All right, thank you. Have a good day.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, and that's it for appearances. Number 1 is a new on-premises liquor application.
They didn't come, so I'm going to hold this over until 4/2. It's gonna get denied if they don't come.
Commissioner Mayo.
Write that down. It's not here. Okay, I go with that.
Yes.
Number 2 is a new grocery store beer and wine products application.
The prior was canceled. I had some questions, but were you okay with it?
I was
What do you
okay.
think? All right, I'm gonna vote to approve.
Approve.
Number 3 has been held over to April 2nd. Number 5 has also been held over to April 2nd. Number 6 is an offer of 3,000.
I'm gonna lower this to 1,500 if the commissioner would agree with me. This is arrested and but he got ACOD and he has some record, but usually it's 1,000 under the delegation, so I'm doing 1,500.
All right, 1,500.
9 is a no contest default at pleading.
I'm gonna cancel for the record.
Cancel.
10 is an offer of 6,500.
I'll accept 6,500.
6,500.
11 is an offer of 6,500.
6,500.
Are you saying 55 or 65?
65. 65.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, sounded like 55.
I know.
Okay, I'm good with that.
15 is an offer of 3,500.
I'm good with that.
Wait. Those were held over, those two.
Which blue they were? 15 and 16.
I have a note that says 15 and 16 were held over.
Okay.
Do you not have that? Can you just verify it? Because if that's the case, I have a question.
Get in my records right now, but
Either way, can we just hold this over? Because I have a legal question.
Okay.
And that was the one that was like missing the supplemental in the folder as well. that I sent you a text about last night?
Yeah, I added it, but yeah, I
But
did.
like, how does that happen? Things got deleted?
It could have gotten deleted. People share that shared.
I
file.
know, but then you need to lock the file. You
Okay.
need to do something to secure so that things don't get deleted by accident.
Yeah.
Like it said.
I know it could be
58J.
us, because I've done it, Donald.
Yeah.
Like where I go in and I like,
I'll look into permissions because my office still would have to add things and stuff like that.
no,
so
that's
that,
fine,
yeah,
but make it that we can't delete things,
I'll look into that.
because it's kind of a problem.
I'll look into that.
All right, I'm gonna hold over 15 and 16, please.
Mr. Maya.
Yes. Uh-oh.
All right, go ahead.
17, this has also been held over to April 2nd because the licensee's out of the state.
Okay.
19 is an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel bond.
20, this went to hearing. The ALJ sustained the charge.
I'm at 2,000.
Doesn't it say
Security
the
guard
license
is 3,000?
expired?
It should
Oh,
be
okay.
3,000. Security guard should be 3,000.
Honestly, I don't know.
Yeah, somewhere. I must have, here, it's right here.
I wrote down 3.
Maybe you didn't give it to me, Shannon. This is everything. You got it, right?
So many items held over.
Yep. Oh, I don't know if it's 3,000, but that's not in the delegation for,
It's not in the delegation.
so I don't know
All
if it's a
right.
practice for.
I'm at 2,000 then.
2,000.
I'm going with 2,000.
Okay. 21 is a no contest default at pleading.
21,
Yes.
I'm at cancel and bond.
22, this went to hearing. The ALJ sustained the charge.
The bad check. I'm gonna dismiss.
Okay. Yeah, dismiss.
All right. 23 has been held over to April 2nd for the attorney to speak to counsel's office.
Yep.
24.
No, that's over. I thought it was May 14. No, this is for 2. I read somewhere, I only read this and write it down. I don't like.
Maybe it was.
Do you want to do May 14th? That's okay too.
May 14.
On which one? Number what?
23.
May 13?
Yeah, I don't know. I read somewhere that they wanted May 13. May 14, rather.
13?
24 is an offer of 3,500. The counsel's office is requesting to withdraw charge 3.
24. Yes, withdraw charge 3. I will accept 3,500.
3 and 3,500.
26 is an offer of 1,500.
1,500.
What is it? 1,500?
1,500.
Can I ask a question? Did you do 25 yet?
Yes.
Probably. Which one is it?
25 is 7951 Albion.
Let me see it.
Yeah. Buscemi, Francis Buscemi.
Yeah, they
did
just
it.
came in for it.
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah, we dismissed
I
this,
didn't
all
keep the notes.
charges.
Okay,
All
okay,
dismissed, yeah.
okay. I didn't make my notes right. Okay,
So 26 is an offer of
I
15.
got that. And I was at 15, yep.
Okay. 30 is an offer of 2,000.
I'm gonna accept 2,000.
You said 2,000. American Legion,
So you're at SEP right now?
2,000. Yeah.
So 32, 33, and 34
Yes,
held over to April 2nd.
yes.
Yeah, this is the big one.
They need to come, Donald. If they don't come, we need to make a determination at this point.
Okay. Yeah.
I understand they may be wanting to submit a new CNC, which is fine as well. Right?
43 and 44, this went to hearing.
Yeah, they're only, there's only a finding as to a local regulations
Yeah,
charge.
sustained charge 2 in the second proceeding. I'm at 500.
Yeah, that's all, 500.
500.
Yep.
Yeah.
45, the licensee is sick and requests that this be held over to April 2nd.
Okay.
Is that okay, Commissioner Mayo?
Yeah.
It's one I just got. 48's been held over to April 2nd. 51, this was held over to April 2nd because of the state of emergency in Suffolk. 53, so they just requested to adjourn to April 2nd. The licensee's father died. We asked them if they wanted the 24th, but they're not going to be available.
23rd, you mean?
Yeah.
You want 23rd?
No, they want April 2nd.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is skips, yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Keep going.
April 2nd. Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Mayo.
Yes.
55, this was a default at hearing.
Cancel for record.
Cancel.
56, this is an offer of 7,000.
I'm gonna lower this to 6,500.
Is that the,
No, actually, it's not. I can go to 6,000.
okay, 6,000.
They've been in existence since 1977.
6,000.
But what is the delegation on this?
So it would be 3,500, but
Plus,
they're,
okay.
they've been, you can remove.
Okay. I
6,000.
just want to figure that out. Okay, yeah, 6,000 I said.
57's been held over to April 2nd. The attorney's has support.
I got your name.
58 is an offer of 6,000.
6,000.
Is that the same analysis? Is that the same analysis?
It's the loan,
That's,
3,000.
yeah.
Wait, hold on one second.
Oh, it is within 5? Okay, 6,000.
58F, we actually received an email today from the rep withdrawing the application.
58 rep F was
Yeah.
withdrawn.
Yep.
Okay.
58G, the app has obtained a new representative and request to adjourn to April 2nd.
April 2nd. Can you make sure they have the comments from the village?
Oh, did you give me this?
Second, comments from village.
All right, can we go off the record?
Yep, meeting's adjourned.
No,
Thank
yeah,
you.
All right, thank you,
F-
everybody.
F was with